The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. It was the ill-fated Prince of Denmark, Hamlet, who lamented, "The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right." Many people before and since have echoed the same cry of despair, but none with more compelling justice and reason than Ethan Vigil, clockmaker and destroyer. Ethan Vigil, for whom a special clock struck a magic and an evil hour. Our mystery drama, Time and Again, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars John Beale. Few of us can resist the fascination of an auction, and I'm no different than most, which is how and why I happen to possess this curious document, which reveals a bone-chilling account of how many lives were lost so uncannily and eerily to the inhuman demands of what Ethan Vigil called that damnable machine. The tale I'm about to tell... No, wait. If you can manage to decipher his cramped longhand, let Ethan Vigil confess for himself.
I, Ethan Vigil, clockmaker by trade, am writing this in case, when the moment comes, I fail to destroy the hourglass clock. For if I fail, someone must destroy it, kill it, end its ghastly existence before God knows how many innocent people will die to satisfy its insatiable thirst. The clock itself came into my possession more or less by accident. I was working late at my shop one night about a year ago, and I heard a tapping on the closed glass door. Nation, some people can't read signs. Darn fools like to break that glass. Stop back! Can't you see I'm closed? Hey, governor, please, let me in. Oh, get on with you.
You won't be sorry. Give me a chance. I'll give you the chance of a lifetime. Look.
It was raining heavily, the water streaming down the glass, but the object he had drawn from the cover of his pea jacket drew my eyes like a magnet. It was a clock, the like of which I'd never seen. It was shaped like an hourglass, with a strange appearing pendulum hanging in the lower half and the face in the upper half. And in the place of the figure 12 at the top of the face was the numeral 13. I had to see that clock more closely.
Oh, bless you, Governor. You're a lifesaver, you are.
What do you want?
Oh, I want you to have a look at this here clock.
The clock is the only reason I let you in. I'd like to have a look at it myself. Let's take it over to the bench. You want this clock repaired?
I want to sell it to you, is what I want.
I hope I don't regret this, but come on to my place in the back. There's a fire in there to dry you up a bit. You better back up to that fire. Where'd you get this clock?
Why, it came into my possession when its owner died.
Does it run?
Well, now, that there clock, it doesn't run. I'd be the first to admit it.
I'll give you $20.
Oh, now, look here.
$20. Take it or leave it.
Well, I may be down and out, but I know a good thing when I see it, and I don't intend to be taken advantage of by somebody
There doesn't seem to be any question of who's being taken advantage of.
Harriet.
Ethan, Who is this person?
He's a customer, more or less. This is my sister-in-law.
It's near on to midnight, and my poor sick sister is pining upstairs for her husband to bring her a little faith and consolation.
Oh, now, Mom, I certainly am sorry to intrude on family problems.
Then don't. Ethan, get rid of this man.
You better go.
Yeah, well, but what about our business and the clock?
$20 is all I have to my name.
I'll take it.
Don't you do it, Ethan.
Oh, mind your own business for once, Harriet. I had little doubt my sailor, who called himself Harry Stubbs, had dubious title to that strange clock. But like all collectors, to own something totally and unreservedly unique is an overriding obsession.
Is he gone?
Yes.
Oh, just look at this place after you had that derelict in here. Lights on all over the place, eating up money. To say nothing of good hard cash thrown away on that piece of junk on the table.
It was my own money.
What own money? You and Henrietta wouldn't even have a roof over your heads, let alone a piece of business, if it weren't for me. Oh, no, it's my money that keeps you going, and don't you forget it. Now, you lock the door to the shop.
I still have some repairs left to do.
You'll have to get up early tomorrow and do them.
I just wanted to have another look at this clock.
You'll waste no more time or light or fuel down here tonight. If it wasn't for good money paid out, I'd take that piece of junk on the table and dump it in the rubbish.
How I wish she'd done just that. Let the city collect it with the morning trash and bury it forever. But fate hadn't planned it that way. So I went upstairs from Harriet to face another problem I didn't know how to solve. My ailing wife, Henrietta.
Ethan, is that you?
Yes, Henrietta.
Where have you been?
Working, dear. Are you hurting?
Oh, when don't I hurt?
I know. How's your back?
It isn't my back, it's my stomach, Ethan. I'm scared. I've been afraid to think of it, but I know Harriet's sure I've got
Hush, no, none of that. You just get off to sleep. That's what you need.
You just don't know how it is to be suffering every blessed minute of every day.
As I slipped under the covers and lay wide awake beside Henrietta, snoring away, my mind went back to the strange clock on the table downstairs. The intriguing mystery of a mechanism I had never even imagined in 40 years of clockmaking. And the enigma of why 13 replaced the numeral 12 on the face. All the next morning, between my infrequent customers, I puzzled and poked and pried to reveal the workings of this bizarre clock. But by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when I was completely stymied, my wife surprised me by coming out to the bench in her bathrobe. Henrietta, what's wrong?
I've been calling for someone. Where's Harriet?
Well, she went to market. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I've got those blinding headaches again. Could we send for Dr. Royce? Is that the old clock that Harriet told me you threw away hard-earned money on?
It's a very valuable antique, an original. And it was my money.
Does it run?
No.
And what good is it?
It's worth $20 as it is, at least. In working condition, it could be priceless.
Can you fix it?
Oh, I don't know.
Why not?
Well, look at it, Henrietta. You ever seen anything like it? First of all, the hourglass shape of the case.
What's inside?
Well, that's the problem. Except for the 2 round glass windows. And they're not even glass. I don't know what they are.
What window?
Well, one for the clock face in the upper cup, if you want to call it that, and the one in the lower inverted cup, where you can see what looks like a pendulum.
Oh, can't you shake it and get that to swing?
That doesn't seem to be the way it's activated. It's quite stationary.
Funny lopsided shape. Maybe it melted or something. Can't you get into the works?
Only through this lid on the top. Now, look. There's all you can see of the works. Very old. Wooden gears, wooden pinions, wooden axles. No way to lift it out. I can't even get my hand in there to try.
Let me. It's so silly. There must be some way to... Ow!
What is it?
Look what your silly old clock has done.
What's the matter?
My finger, it's bleeding. It felt like something bit me.
Oh, come on, let me see. Why, it's just a scratch. Scarcely drew blood.
Just the same, I'm not taking any chances with that dirty old clock. I could end up with blood poisoning. I'm going to run this underwater. Now, you get me a bandage and some disinfectant.
Right with you. I was suddenly aware that the clock was running. And its beat was the sound of the human heart.
But Ethan didn't follow his wife right away, because suddenly he had become conscious that the dead clock had come to life, that it had started to record time again, and that the sound of its beat was very different from all other clocks. It was a sound akin, if not completely similar, to the beat of the human heart. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Whatever his wife had accidentally touched, the clock had begun to run and remained running steadily, without any sign of stopping. Ethan checked that Henrietta's wound was little more than a surface scratch, and returned to observe... But let him tell his own story for himself, as he wrote it in his confession.
My examination of the clock as it ran made it even more of an enigma. Behind the face, beneath the lid, the gears I saw engage, second by second, operated the hands that told the time. What motivated them was obvious, the strange mass that I had supposed a pendulum weight, but which now, quite clearly, was a diaphragm or pump, opening and closing to create energy, in a motion like a human fist, or... Yes, suddenly I knew why the irregular shape was familiar, like the human heart. But what in turn motivated that, or fueled it, was the ultimate mystery. Everything about this clock was different, exotic, strange. Even its chime for the hours, plangent, plaintive, almost the sound of a human voice. I watched it irresistibly all day, all during the night, while I waited for Dr. Jacob Royce to come and examine my wife. Even while I waited for the result of that examination.
What the devil are you doing out here, Ethan?
I'm sorry, Jake. Just observing this clock. It's got me mesmerized. How's Henrietta?
Oh, what am I going to tell you, Ethan?
Same thing as usual.
Yep. Not a trace of any physiological problem. Never is. Oh, there's a name for it if it's of any help. Chronic inadequate. Someone who just can't handle the simple process of life and has to make excuses for it.
I'd better go up to her.
Oh, there's no need. I gave her a sedative. Won't hurt her, but it might do you some good. Come on now, let's play chess.
If I set us up out here, all right?
With all those clocks rattling away?
I want to keep my eye on this baby here.
If you can't sit up with one sick friend, you gotta sit up with another.
And for the next 10 or 15 minutes, I did forget the clock that was to haunt the rest of my days. Inexorably, as we concentrated on the chessboard, all of the clocks ticked on towards 12 o'clock. And the moment when the explanation of that substitute number 13 was about to be made by the clock itself. Don't think much of your king's pawn variation, Jake. Got you boxed in. Your move.
Don't rush me, don't rush me. I'm thinking. Good Lord, Ethan. How can you stand that infernal racket?
Huh? What racket? Oh, you mean the clock striking? I don't even notice them anymore. Well, go ahead. Or do you want to give up?
No. But who can think of a chess move with all hell breaking loose? From now on, we start our games after midnight. Enough to drive a man stark, staring mad. I swear to Sam Hill, Ethan, you deliver.
After the 12th stroke of the hourglass clock's chime, there was no sound but the beat of the clock and my own heart. Everything else had stopped dead. My friend's mouth was frozen in the act of speaking. His hand poised over a chessman as though cast in bronze. Outside, like the old child's game, people had turned to statues. A car backing into a parking space was stopped in its tracks. The very raindrops hung motionless in the air like a spangled curtain. For everyone else in the world, save only me and that damnable clock, time was standing still. The next hour was a strange delirium. My brain raced with new ideas for achieving my lifelong dream, a perpetual motion timepiece. My legs were as supple and tireless as an 18-year-old's as I climbed the stairs to look at my wife, frozen in the act of turning in her sleep, my sister-in-law caught in the middle of a snore. Towards the end of the hour, I returned to the shop, a quick stab of terror prodding at me. Was this to be forever? Poor Jake still sat in the middle of the move he had started almost an hour ago. The hands of all the clocks pointed to exactly 12, except the hourglass. There, the small hand stood directly at 13, while the minute hand swept closer and closer to join it. With a sense of mounting excitement, I waited for their junction. Like the other clocks, my strange new one had only struck 12 before. Now I felt I knew the reason for 13. The extra magic hour of precious time that twice a day it offered to its owner. With bated breath, I waited for the proof. The missing chime. And then it came.
Directly set us up here tonight to get me off my game. I concede.
Don't you want some more time to think it over?
Oh, it wouldn't matter if you gave me an hour to consider it. Tonight I'm too bushed to think. It's just 1 minute after 12. We've only been at the game 10 minutes or so, and I feel as if I've been here for 70.
Is it really only 10 minutes?
You're the clockmaker, Ethan. Look all around you at your little markers.
Yes, you're right. So it's true.
You feeling all right?
Never better. Why?
You look a little strange for a minute. Matter of fact, Ethan, I've been meaning to mention it. I'd like to have you drop around to the office someday soon.
What for?
Well, you're not as young as you were, you know. And you've been pushing yourself pretty hard lately. Want to make a date now?
No, I'll call you.
Don't forget. Now, there's something I wish all my patients were as healthy as.
20 years since I started that old avocado tree in the window.
And like Topsy, it just grew.
Don't you believe it? Oh, it took a lot of tender, loving care. Watered just right, pinching it back, bringing it along to grow up right. Just like the child. I love that old tree.
Well, Ethan, man's got to have something to love.
Yeah, I reckon. You don't think there's anything really wrong with Henny, do you?
No, I don't. Just another of her eternal spells. Night, old friend.
Rain stopped. Good night, Jake. For a long time after my old friend drove away, I stood by the door, gazing into the cool, crisp night. I didn't notice the cold. I was too full of a kind of welling excitement inside me. What a gift that clock had brought me. The dreams were building like castles in my head. Why, I was richer and more powerful than a king. Well, now I knew, no matter what, that for 2 blessed hours every day, from now on, I was a free man. And the last thing I heard that night, as my head hit the pillow, was the triumphant beat of the clock sounding in my inner ear. Or was it the sound of my own heart?
How is she, Doctor?
I don't know, Harriet. Now, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think we'll put your sister Henrietta in the hospital for a few days for observation.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Well, that's what I wanted to put her in the hospital for. Find out.
Well, what do you suspect it is?
I don't suspect it's anything. I just want to reassure myself. Now, why don't you go up and keep her company while I talk to Ethan?
Oh, you won't have any trouble convincing him. I don't see why I can't take care of her.
Well, you can't this time, Harriet. If you want to help, go sit with her. I'll make the arrangements with Ethan.
How's Henny?
I want to put her in the hospital for a few days, Ethan.
Oh, she's that sick?
I'm not sure. Whatever it is, this is not just one of her spells. I want her under observation for a while.
Well, whatever you say, Jake.
I wish I knew what to say. I feel a little guilty. Ever since that night a few weeks ago when we were playing chess.
What do you mean, guilty?
Well, damn it, for 20 years I've been medicating her imaginary ills. I wonder if maybe I got careless that night. Huh? Well, there's no doubt that from then on, this debility, anemia, whatever it is, started. Well, I'll get along and make all the arrangements. I'll phone you when to expect the ambulance.
I had my own guilt nagging at me. In the months since I'd discovered the secret of the clock, I'd thought of pretty nearly nothing else. I waited as eager as a child for those 2 stolen hours every day. Not only for the relief from Harriet's nagging and poor Henrietta's everlasting complaints, but for the lift, the joy, the youth and vigor that they brought me. For I'd gone one better than Ponce de Leon. For part of a day, anyway, I had found the fountain of youth. But a wave of shocks was about to jolt me back to reality. The first was Henny's being taken to the hospital. The second was the morning the clock stopped. Oh, no. No.
What is it,
No,
Ethan?
you can't stop.
What is it, Ethan? What's wrong?
The clock, it stopped.
Oh, is that all?
I've got to get it started.
Oh, you shake it like that, it'll end up in pieces. Good riddance. I told you it was a waste of money.
Get out of here.
How dare you talk to me like
Get
that?
out!
Oh, I certainly will. Nobody's going to talk to me like that, particularly not you.
I was frantic. My golden hours of solitude gone. My extra gift of precious time in the rebirth of youth. I couldn't let them go. There must be some way to bring them back. Start that damned intricate mechanism again. Clock was dead. Its lifeblood somehow drained. Blood. But that's what started it in the first place. Maybe... Oh, damnation. I'll let it ring. I've got to find something to... Oh, all right. Hello?
Ethan, it's Jake.
Oh, Jake. Look, I don't want to talk now.
Oh, then you've heard.
Heard what?
About Henrietta.
Well, she's not...
I just got back to my office and got a message from the hospital. I'm afraid she's passed away.
Oh, are you sure?
Well, I'm on my way to the hospital now, just on the outside chance. Better meet me there.
I'm on my way. we were too late. And he was gone. With no goodbyes. I sat by a nurse's desk, waiting for Jake to complete arrangements and drive me home. A young nurse came down the hall with a tray of blood samples, putting them on the desk. She came towards me.
Mr. Vigil?
Yes, nurse?
Dr. Royce asked me to tell you he'll only be a minute or two.
Oh, thank you, nurse. As she walked away, my eyes following her blindly, then I was looking at that tray of blood samples. Blood. It was Henny's cutting her finger that started the clock. Would that be the answer? I acted without thinking. In a moment, I had slipped one of the tubes into my pocket. And I was back in my seat before Jake came striding down the hall. I was back in the shop at last, alone. With shaking fingers, I lifted the lid, exposing the brain or whatever it was of the clock. Uncapping the tube, I poured in the blood. I looked at the dial. The hands were spinning around to the proper time. And then the clock was alive again. Its heart was beating.
It would have been better, far better, had Ethan left it for dead, as we shall see when we return shortly with Act 3. Which of us could resist the temptation of perpetual youth, or short of that, any extension of life? 2 extra hours a day is 730 a year, almost exactly an extra month. In a lifetime, 6 whole more years. But what Ethan Vigil forgot is that for every action, there is a reaction. For every gift, a recompense.
The saddest part of my confession is that after my wife's death, I became completely blind to everything but my 2 periods of escape every day. More and more, my sister-in-law Harriet took over the ordinary part of life, transforming my beloved clock shop into a nightmare, against which I preferred to close my eyes.
Ethan? Ethan?
What, Harriet?
Would you mind helping me dress this window, please?
Well, what's the matter with it as it is?
If you just get away from that bench of yours for a moment and come here, perhaps I can show you.
All right, Harriet.
You know how I'm branching out now that I'm the active partner in the store.
Oh, gewgaws and gimcracks.
Well, you might know you'd lag a mile behind the times. This is novelty jewelry, and to sell it, we must display it.
Cheap claptrap.
Now, first off, I want you to get this cheap, silly rubber plant out of the window.
Rubber plant? That's my avocado tree that I grew with my own hands.
Well, whatever it is, it takes up the whole window. I want it out of here.
No, sir, not my tree. It needs the sunshine it gets.
What use is it?
Starvation. Does everything have to have a function? It's beautiful. It's balm to my soul. That's enough reason for its existence. Besides, it don't cost nothing, so you leave it alone.
Oh, very well. But I must have somewhere to display my costume jewelry. Oh, let's move that ugly old hourglass clock somewhere else. Why does it have to be right beside your bench where every customer comes...
Harriet, I'm warning you. You leave that clock where it is. Don't you ever dare lay a hand on it, you hear me?
Oh, my, aren't we touchy? Well, just let me remind you of something, Ethan. With Henrietta gone, her share goes to me, so I am 2/3 of this store. I can have it any way I want to.
Over my dead body. You can do what you want with all your cheap, tinsely stuff, but you keep your hands off that clock.
Oh, heaven's sake, all right. Don't you have an appointment with Dr. Royce?
I don't know. Gotcha. Better get right over to his office.
Okay, Ethan, you can put your shirt back on. I'm all finished examining you.
Oh, what's the verdict?
I couldn't be more pleased.
Oh, you approve of the shape I'm in, huh?
Well, before Henrietta died, I don't mind telling you, I was plumb worried about you. Your heart was acting up. I didn't like your blood pressure. And there was a lump in your belly I could palpate big as a grapefruit.
And now?
Now I don't even need the x-rays I took. Know it before I see him. Practically noon. Now go on, you don't need a doctor. Get out of here. Let me get around to the sick people outside who do.
As I went into the outer office, I glanced at the electric clock on the wall. The hands clocked to noon as I did so, and I was looking at a, by now, familiar scene. The nurse who had risen to escort the next patient in was suddenly transfixed, halfway up from her chair. A child about to scream remained with face contorted, the scream not yet uttered. A thought crossed my mind. It was a month since I had fed the clock that first transfusion. I went into Jake's small lab, opened the refrigerator, I helped myself to a blood sample, and left. Back at the store, the only sound was the beat of my clock. It seemed a little labored to me, but for the moment I was too furious to see what Harriet had been at since I left. Draped all over my avocado tree were festoons of cheap tin and glass jewelry, and Harriet, the superior smirk on her face, was caught immobile in the act of adding more. I choked back my anger because suddenly, before I could move, the clock beat died.
Why, Ethan, how'd you get back so soon?
What are you doing to the avocado?
Well, since I can't take it out of the window, I thought I'd just use it as a display tree.
Leave that alone. As long as it's there, no one moves that or touches it, except me. You understand that?
Well, you certainly don't have to be so abusive.
Get away. Get out of here. Leave me alone.
Oh, when you're in a mood like this, I'm glad to. I'm sorry to tell you that your precious clock seems to be out of order again. I hope this time it's broken for good.
Good riddance. Poor old tree. But first, some special oil for the magic lamp. Please, God, you'll still run again. And time stood still again. The pattern for the next months of my life was set. The part of it in my waking moments was only a necessary bridge between the long hours of infinite relief and accomplishment my clock brought me each noon and midnight. My designs for my perpetual motion mechanism were completed. I had already started to build it. That was my real life. Although I found to my dismay that the clock seemed to demand more and more frequent transfusions to stay running. But these were easy to steal from Jake's office in the hours when time stood still. Then once again, events caught up with me. Oh, Jake, just a moment. What are you doing here this time of night?
Well, the evening's young. I thought a chess game might get some things off my mind. What were you frowning at in the window when I passed?
My plant there.
Avocado? Oh, yeah. Looks a mite peaked.
I can't understand it. It's been wilting and drooping day by day. No reason. Are you any good at diagnosing vegetable life, Jake?
Nope. I'm beginning to think I'm not much better with humans. I wish I knew the secret of your spot of youth. Think I'm getting old.
You're not yourself, Jake. What's wrong?
I don't know. In a way, it goes back to Henrietta's death, or seems to.
What does?
Well, I never said too much about the way she died at the time, Ethan.
Congestive heart failure, you said?
Well, that's true enough. That's a condition that produces an end to living. But what caused it?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking myself. And I have no answer. Oh, tests were run and the pathological evidence was clear enough. But in spite of massive transfusions, we couldn't stop Henrietta's blood from simply disintegrating. Quite literally turn into water.
And that's unusual.
Abnormal. Never seen a case like it before. In the last 3 months, I've lost 3 of my patients to the same sort of, what shall I say, same sort of malady. I might have seen it developing, except for a strange thing.
What?
Well, all of them had been to my office and had routine blood samples drawn for physical checkup.
And the samples didn't warn you?
There weren't any samples to examine. Unaccountably, they disappeared from my office. And one other strange coincidence. The night your wife died, a blood sample for a patient in the hospital disappeared.
And that patient died later?
Yep, about 4 weeks later. But I don't know why I'm worrying you with all this. It's none of your business.
Well, it is.
Huh? Oh, you mean as far as Henrietta is concerned?
No, I mean much more than that.
Ethan, what is it? I didn't mean to upset you like this.
I'm not upset. I just want you to understand.
Understand what?
That I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, you're a good friend, Ethan. And I guess I don't feel like any chess tonight. I'll run along.
Jake.
Yeah?
I never asked before, but do you remember exactly what time Henny died?
Oh, about 25 to 12, I think.
I didn't have to think. I knew it all now. That was the precise moment that evil clock first stopped. So it was a monster, insatiable, that once having tasted blood, continued to suck on its victim till it had drained all life away. And I was no better, no less evil. I had been feeding this mechanical vampire at the cost of other human lives. In a daze, unable to explain to him, I saw my old friend Jake out and turned to face what I had to face. The shop was dark as I walked to the clock. My ears were so attuned to it by now that I'd been aware that it had started to labor and needed a fresh transfusion. I was more than a little mad by now, as in the dark I said to it, "Die! Damn you, you devil! Die!" My moment of triumph was brief. I still had my own expiation to make. Not only for my wife, but for all those others. And there was a personal sadness as my hands in the darkness traced the form of my perpetual motion machine, which would never be completed now. A man without love, wife, or children would like to leave a small footprint on the sands, his gauge to immortality. All I would leave now was a sick avocado tree I had nourished for 20 years for nothing. And then suddenly, I heard stealthy footsteps and pulled back into the shadows. Harry!
Oh, I thought you'd gone to bed.
What are you doing to the plant?
Oh, why, it's just some food to make
Let me see. It's a weed killer. You've been poisoning my tree. Why, you...
Don't you touch me.
Get away from me. Get away.
Look what you've done. I've cut my hand. It's your fault. But finally you've smashed up this ugly old clock for good. It's dead. Just as dead as your precious avocado tree is going to be. And don't think you can save it. I knew you'd never agree to take it out of the window. So I've been poisoning it for weeks. It's as good as dead right now.
And so were you, Harriet. So were you. Her blood had started the damn thing again. But this was to be the last time. What is there left to say? I have to watch another human being die. Slowly, inexorably, unable to arrest the inevitable. And even though it is someone I despise, my guilt is in no way lessened. The only pleasure I can take is that as Harriet sinks, so does that remorseless, evil, damnable machine. And once its heart is stilled, I shall destroy it forever. The one element I have not tried against it is the enemy of the devil. I shall take it, chained to my body, when we go to our grave in the river, to share it for eternity. As I finish this confession, to mail to my good friend, Dr. Jacob Royce, I can hear the evil thing labor, about to die. It's time for me to write the end.
So be warned, if you should by any chance come across a clock in a curio shop shaped like an hourglass with a dial that bears the number 13 instead of 12, shun it like the plague. I'll be back shortly. Oh, the fascination of time and man's never-ending quest to hoard it, to stretch it, to borrow an extra portion for himself alone. As I sit watching the clock ticking away, I too have that irrational impulse all of us have felt sometime to hold back the hands and bring time itself to stop. And then I remember Ethan Vigil, and I decide that once around is enough for all of us. Our cast included John Beale, Grace Matthews, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over 2/3 of the globe on which we live is water. The oceans, the sea. From the beginning of time, that sea around us has been a source of mystery, an enormous watery world of fear of the unknown. To some, like the great American poet Walt Whitman, it was also a place of miracles. To me, he said, the sea is a continuous miracle. The fishes that swim, the rocks, the motion of the waves, the ships with men in them. What stranger miracles are there? mystery drama City of the Dead was adapted from the H.G. Wells short story In the Abyss, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori and Earl Hammond. The year is 1896, more than 80 years ago. In a marine biological laboratory in New England, a little group of scientists and technicians are gathered before Dr. Stanley Weybridge, director of the Institute and chief of a newly developing science called oceanographic studies. He stands, pointer in hand, before an enlarged wall map of the Caribbean Sea, as he concludes a briefing on the most adventurous, the most perilous project ever undertaken by the Institute.
I cannot say, gentlemen, that the plan is without danger. I wish I could. Indeed, there is every risk imaginable. But I assure you that no precaution, even the most minute, will be overlooked. Every safety device we know of will be used. Are there any questions? Yes, Sam?
Dr. Weybridge, will you tell us a little more about the place we're going to, the Cambridge Trough?
Well, it starts about here on the map, deep off the coast of Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Here you see how it follows a southwesterly course for almost 1,000 miles to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. Yes, Star?
That big crack on the map there.
Well, that huge crack in the surface of the Earth was produced by movements within the Earth. Movements which have never really stopped, which accounts for the frequent earthquakes in that part of the world. So far as we know, the trough is the deepest point of the sea on the entire face of the globe.
Do we know how deep the trough is?
Now, we've taken soundings. In some places, over 22,000 feet. That's more than 4 miles.
And in 6 months from now, that's where Star and I will be making the dive.
Correct. The mothership, the Captain Nemo, will be stationed right about here.
Mm-hmm.
Not far off the coast of Grand Cayman Island itself.
And the Poseidon, our little home away from home, the steel globe that will be our transportation to the bottom of nowhere,
will be detached and dropped from the stern of the Nemo from this scaffolding, here on the drawing. It's constructed of 3-inch steel, 8 feet in diameter.
with all the comforts of home, right? Special air cushions padding the inside, 2 portholes near the bottom of the craft.
So we can play peekaboo with the barracudas.
The windows of the portholes are made of a special variety of glass, 3 inches thick, to withstand the pressures you will meet at that depth.
Dr. Weybridge, we have volunteered for what I'm sure will turn out to be a huge barrel of fun. A little dangerous, maybe, but fun.
Sam, be serious for a moment. I give you my word that everything will be minutely inspected. The ballast device for submerging and getting back up again, the pressure mechanisms, the depth indicator, the oxygen supply, the Myers apparatus for purging the carbon dioxide you'll be exhaling. We've thought of everything.
Everything except that we won't be able to communicate with you on the surface in case of trouble.
Well, that is true. It's the one thing we'd like to do, but we can't.
I understand. Once we start down, we'll be free-floating, entirely on our own.
For the next 6 months, you two will go through the most intensive training possible in handling the sphere. I wish I were young enough to see for myself firsthand the things you're going to see.
Have you any idea? Like what?
No, not exactly. But there have to be things down there that no living man has ever experienced. Things that go beyond the wildest dreams of our imagination. Sam, Star, the day has come when man, through you, is about to probe some of the darkest mysteries of the universe.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge, for permitting my wife to come aboard.
Oh, Doris is one of the best research assistants the Institute's ever had. She's more than welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. I envy Sam and Star. I wish I were going with them.
You picked a perfect day for this Caribbean holiday, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, clear sky, blazing sun, and a gentle swell. Water temperature's nearly 80.
An ideal day for swinging those 20 tons of iron out into the briny.
To say nothing of the two utterly defenseless young men inside that iron. You know, Doctor, last night Doris and I were making some quick calculations. Now, at the surface, the pressure is 14 pounds per square inch. Right. 30 feet down, it's double that, right? And at a mile, that's 5,280 feet.
The pressure becomes something like 1.5 tons per square inch.
And at 5 miles...
Yes, I know. But you've got the steel walls of the globe to protect you. And the globe is pressurized. Now, we put that sphere through every test we could think of. The margin for error has been reduced to the absolute minimum. Well, it's 11:56, boys. 4 minutes till noon, and the descent of the Poseidon. Prepare to climb the scaffolding for boarding.
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
One final review of the procedure. Now, the two of you will let yourselves into the open porthole. It will then be screwed into place from the outside. The sphere will be hoisted over the side, the lines cut, and the sphere dropped into the sea. You understand?
Oh, yes, we understand, sir. And once in the water, only we have control of the ballast.
Right. You will regulate ballast so as to let yourselves down gently. 35 minutes for the descent, and then an hour for observation, and 2 hours for coming up. Total, little over 3.5 hours. Your oxygen supply is good for 5 hours. For each of you.
Well, we'll watch it like hawks.
And the pressure indicators.
We'll be lying off a couple of miles to the southeast. So you don't collide with us as you service. Any questions?
One last request, sir. If there's time, I'd like to kiss my wife.
I love you, Sam.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I think everything's going to be fine. Just 100% fine. Oh, and remember, we've got a big date for a turtle steak when I get back up. At exactly 12 noon, they swung us overboard. My heart nearly burst with excitement as they let us down foot by foot to the surface of the water. And then they cut the line that attached us to the tackle above us. For a moment, we seemed to be stationary. And then with a gigantic splash, the sea closed over us, and we started our journey. Well, this is it, Star. What are you thinking?
How my mother always hoped I'd grow up to be a brilliant criminal lawyer instead of a marine biologist.
That's very funny. So did my mother. Only she wanted me to be a doctor. Look above you, Star.
I'm trying to, but that huge burst of air bubbles shooting upward is blocking the view.
Well, they're just about gone by now. How quickly the color of the sea changes. From light greenish blue, darker and darker, to that rich blue of stained glass windows.
Yes. Now it's almost midnight blue.
Yeah. How far down are we?
A little over 600 feet.
Good. Mark that in your log. Absolutely pitch black already. It's like velvet.
I better turn on the electric spark.
No, not just yet. Take a look at those.
Why, it's like a whole world of tiny blinking lights. What do you suppose they are?
Not the faintest idea. They're flashing by so fast, like streaks of green lightning.
Some of them strung together like a train racing by on a very dark night.
All right, turn on the floodlights.
Oh, no. They all disappeared with the light. Oh, wait a minute. Will you take a look at that?
The famous reverse snowfall Weybridge and the divers told us about, as if millions and millions of little snowflakes were falling up as we go plunging down.
Some of them living creatures, and the others the remains of those that have died, right?
Head of the class, Mr. Norton.
Just keep your fingers crossed that we don't wind up as part of a reverse snowfall.
We kept on falling. Down, faster and faster. It was like being in an elevator in one of those new skyscrapers, and the cable that holds it in place suddenly breaks, and you keep going down, waiting for the inevitable crash that will destroy it, and you. You all right, Star? You look a little uncomfortable.
It's got a little warm.
Yeah, well, I guess we underestimated the effect of the friction of the globe against the water. We'd better take off some of these heavy clothes. Careful. Don't touch the glass of the porthole. You might burn yourself. Where are we?
Over 10,000 feet, nearly 2 miles.
Hey, see how the sides of the trough, the trench walls, keep going straight up and down like the sides of an underseas mountain?
Well, which is what it really is. The water temperature outside must be close to 0 at this depth.
Yes, I would think so.
Let's hope Weybridge was right. That the windows of the portholes will hold up against the pressure and against the contrast in temperatures inside and outside the sphere. We're past 21,000 feet.
And still dropping. Oh, there's got to be an end. You all right?
Oh, yes, great. You?
I'm pretty warm. I'm going to take my shirt off.
Me too. I'm bathed in perspiration.
Any change in the scenery?
Just more slabs of rock. Once in a while, a huge, gigantic sponge growing out of the rock. Then there's some coral, a few jellyfish. No, not much else.
Well, I think we've come to the last stop, Star. Whew, what's your reading?
It's almost 26,000 feet. Wow, can you believe it? 5 miles.
Turn the lights on all over the place. Star, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Not many fish.
Well, at this depth, what do you expect? Well, there are a few, and they're so brightly colored.
Yes, in spite of the darkness.
They must be some kind of built-in headlights that we can't see, that lets them see one another.
I'd say all of them are blind.
Maybe. Hey, hold it, Star. Hold it. Look at that big one coming right at us.
The size of him. And how slow he moves. Why, he must be the grandfather of everything down here.
He's pushing his nose right against the glass.
How can he live under this pressure?
Oh, I don't know, but the fact is he's very much alive. And that is what I find so hard to believe.
Well, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Star, either I'm dreaming and this is all some kind of crazy nightmare, or...
Or what?
Take a very good look at old Grandpa out there.
What about him?
Star, that species of fish has been dead, extinct for over 100 million years.
Scientists tell us that every form of living thing had its beginnings in the sea. That the morning of the world was started in the depths of the oceans, in the dark, backward, and abysm of time, as Shakespeare put it. Sam Elstead and Star Norton have been startled by the sight of a living, prehistoric fish, a species that died out long before there ever was a man on Earth. What other wonders will their strange journey to the bottom of the sea lead them to? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In 1896, the time of our story, the airplane, the automobile, radio, all were but a gleam in the brain of geniuses, nothing more. These discoveries were yet to come. The two young biologists of our tale have already accomplished a miracle never before attempted by man. In their specially constructed iron globe, equipped with every scientific device known at the time, they have probed 5 miles below sea level to the bottommost part of the oceans. In the interest of enlarging man's knowledge of the world about him, as well as the world beneath him, they have made their first amazing discovery.
Take a look at that fish, Star. Do you remember ever having seen anything like it before?
Well, I'm not sure. But there's something very familiar about it.
Back at college, when we were reading about things like dinosaurs and brontosaurs and all those kind of fantastic animals that lived millions of years ago.
Yes, what about them?
Yeah, well, those were the land animals. Do you remember what was in the sea?
Let me see now. There was this one fish that was the ancestor of all the amphibians, and as time went on, of other vertebrates on land.
What was the name of it? Does the name coelacanth ring any kind of a bell?
Of course, coelacanth. With the overdeveloped fins that grew strong enough to get it out of the water and onto the land.
Exactly. Now take another look at old Grandpa out there.
A coelacanth.
That's what it is.
But there isn't any such thing. Not anymore. They've become extinct. They died out with the dinosaurs.
That's exactly the point. Those prehistoric monsters died out over 100 million years ago. Only nobody ever told that to our friend out there.
What's that? A storm?
Down here? Are you out of your mind?
Then what is it? The noise seems to have stopped. Did you feel anything, Sam?
It must have been some sort of a minor tremor.
Did you see how old Grandpa skidded away into a cave when the noise began?
Star, are you finding it hard to breathe?
Not really. Well, maybe. A little. I have this slight headache. I'll make a note of it.
Okay, well, now, why don't you take it easy for a couple of minutes? I'll take over while you rest. I sat looking through the window of the porthole, fascinated by what I saw. There were hundreds of small, large-eyed things, all of them certainly blind, crawling sluggishly like little lobsters across the track of our lights, leaving furrowed trails behind them. I made notes of everything. Suddenly, I saw the outlines of something working its way slowly, threateningly toward the Poseidon. It was upright and seemed as tall as a man. What do you suppose that is out there?
I don't know. I can only see the dim outlines.
But it's coming closer. It's not swimming. It seems to be walking. Here, focus your light onto its head.
Okay, yeah, there we are.
Shut its eyes to close out the light. What is it? An animal of some kind. I think it's not a fish.
Certainly no kind of fish we've ever seen.
It seems to be standing upright on two strong legs, balancing itself on a long, thick tail.
Look at its dark purple head, like a lizard or an iguana. And two large protruding eyes bulging out of their sockets, like a grog or a toad.
Look, Star, where the ears should be. There are two large gill covers.
I see. And threads or filaments floating out of them like the branches of a tree. What can they be?
I have no idea. Here, move the light a bit.
As long as we keep the light on it, it stands still. But when we move the light, it moves.
Its skin is so loose, it's almost as if it were wearing clothes. Look at its paws or fins.
Yeah, whatever they are.
They're shaped like hands, like the hands of a man.
Look, he's holding something in one of them.
A long shaft of bone tipped with copper.
Like a hammer of some kind. A sledgehammer. That face. It's almost human. It's grotesque, distorted maybe. But those are the features of a living man. Sam, look what it's doing now.
It's blinking its eyes open.
Shading them with its free hand against our light.
Now it's opening its mouth, as if it were trying to say something. I'll turn on the listening device.
Why is he bellowing that way? What does it mean? What do you suppose he wants?
I don't know, Star, but I think we're about to find out.
Hey, it's speaking. It's asking who we are.
It's coming closer.
Do we answer?
No. Stay perfectly still. Don't move. Say nothing. Look at him now, moving sideways to get out of the glare of our light. He's disappeared. I can't see him.
No, neither can I. He may have moved around to the back of us. He's around somewhere, hiding. What's that?
The whole globe is swaying. Star, look. Look at the glass. Peering right into the porthole. Their noses pressed against the glass. Their popping eyes staring in on us. Now, there are two of them.
Another cup of coffee, Mrs. Elstead?
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. We'll make this the last one. What time is it now?
You just asked.
Did I?
It's almost 2 o'clock. The boys have surely started up on their way back now.
Oh, I hope so. If they could only get through to us some way.
Well, all they have to do is put the clockwork mechanism in action, and up they go.
And that's foolproof.
Nothing is absolutely foolproof, my dear. But there's nothing to be concerned about. It's all so simple. The mechanism outside the globe releases a spring knife.
The knife cuts the cord that holds the ballast?
Exactly. And then they just get rid of enough ballast for them to float upward to the surface. Matter of a couple of hours, more or less.
Another hour and a half, then?
By 3:30, you should have your husband right back here on the deck of the Nemo.
What on earth are those monkeys trying to do, banging on the outside of the sphere with those sledgehammers?
Every once in a while, they stop and then peer in through the portholes.
Get away from there! Stop that banging!
They're looking in on us to see what effect their hammering is having on us. Star, what's our depth?
It's still 26,000.
Pressure?
Satisfactory.
Oxygen?
Enough to stay submerged for at least another hour. If we have to, before surfacing.
And the mechanism for the release of the ballast?
Ready. Anytime you say, Sam.
All right.
I took particular care of that one myself before we came down here.
If we get anywhere near the ballast release or the glass of the porthole windows, we're in real trouble.
I'm going to turn on the listening device. Hear what they're saying. I'm finding it a little hard to breathe.
I don't find breathing any easier than you do.
Then what is it?
Oh, I don't know. All right, turn on the device. What do you hear? What are they?
Quiet. Let me listen.
Come, all of you. See what is here. Come, help us destroy.
Turn it off. You hear what he said?
I heard.
They declared war on us, Star. And we haven't a single weapon to fight back with, except one. Now, it's the only thing we can do. We've got to cut our ballast lines and get out of here as fast as our ship will take us.
Yes, there's no choice. What's happening? What's happening?
Hey, Star.
Yeah?
Star, I think we're moving.
Oh, we certainly are.
Yeah, but not up. As much as sidewise.
Well, how could that be?
I don't know, but the sphere is beginning to spin.
I think we're being drawn through the water. Do you see anything?
No, nothing. Nothing. There's nobody out there. We've got to get out of here just as fast as we can.
Those monsters out there have probably attached a line of some kind to the sphere.
Well, if they have, once we cut the ballast lines and start shooting up to the surface, we'll rip that line right out of their ugly little hands. Nothing will hold us back.
Why do you suppose they're towing us away?
I wouldn't know. You look at them. Can you see them, Star?
There must be at least 500 of them.
Yeah, jumping around like a pack of crazy kangaroos.
And they are pulling us.
Well, let them. And let us keep our minds on getting up to the Nemo. Weybridge calculated about 2 hours for the ascent.
Could we drop more ballast than we planned and get up any sooner?
No, I wouldn't dare. If the slightest thing went wrong, we'd both get to the surface all right, but there's a couple of corpses. Hey, how are you feeling?
It's not too well, Sam. That headache has tightened around my head like an iron band.
Oh, no. No, not another earthquake. Here, take this handkerchief, Star. You've got a bit of a nosebleed.
I don't feel too well at all, Sam. I think I'm going to pass out.
Well, not before we put the clockwork into action. Get rid of some of this ballast. Steady, Star, steady. While I regulate the pressure gauge and the oxygen control, you cut half the ballast. Now, Star, now. What are you waiting for?
It's stuck, Sam. It's not working. The mechanism's gone dead.
Are you out of your mind? It's got to work.
Then you make it. See for yourself. Nothing's happening.
Maybe a piece of seaweed or something has temporarily jammed it.
Sam.
What?
Friends out there.
Yeah?
Is it possible they knew our lives depended on that ballast mechanism and that they have destroyed it by knocking it out with their sledgehammers?
Hey, you may be right. But we've got to keep trying, Star. We have got to.
Between those crazy devils out there and what may be an earthquake, we're in trouble.
Very serious trouble.
In this strange world of heavy blackness, a swarm of luminous, man-sized creatures, looking almost human, have appeared outside the iron globe, Poseidon. They have lifted it off the bottom of the sea. The attempts of young Elstead and Norton to break away, to rise to the surface and the safety of the mothership, seem to be thwarted by these weird sea animals who are dragging them off to where? To Act 3, of course. I shall return shortly. The sea, we have been told, is the right-hand man of time. Every secret since the beginning of time lies hidden somewhere in the water's depths. The time in this instance is 1896. Outside the underwater globe Poseidon, a funnel of pale light pierces the darkness for a few yards, disclosing the peaceful, undulating expanses of graying white ooze, broken here and there by the tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving their hungry tentacles. Inside the metal globe, two men scramble desperately to free themselves from what seems to be the inevitable, to escape from the perils of the unknown to the safety of the known.
Star, you've got to cut the lines on that ballast. Every extra minute we stay down here is another minute off our lives.
I'm doing the best I can, Sam. The cutting mechanism, it just isn't working. I'm almost sure those devils smashed the clockwork mechanism.
We have got to go on hoping that they didn't. That it's only being blocked by something.
I hope you're right.
Well, I'm turning the oxygen supply down a bit.
And the apparatus for purging what we breathe out, up. Oh, no, not too much, Sam. I'm having trouble enough breathing as it is, and so are you.
Well, I'm going to crouch down low, close to the lower porthole. I'm going to throw my way to that side. Maybe I can get a look at what's happening below us.
Good idea. Do you see anything?
No, it's just some huge cracks in the sea bottom. I can just barely make them out.
Anything else?
No, our friends have some kind of cable on us. They're still very much with us.
Oh, I'd give anything to know.
Where they're taking us?
Yes.
Well, wherever it is, Star. Well, let's hope it's soon. Because the way things are going...
You don't have to say it. Sooner or later, that oxygen gauge is going to read a perfectly round zero.
Which we will never see. Then it won't matter where those monkeys have taken us, will it? Oh, any luck in the ballast lines?
No, nothing.
You know, I've heard of dead men being buried at sea. This may be the first time it's going to happen to two men who are still alive. What time is it, Star?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I hope my wife won't be too disappointed if she doesn't have turtle steak for dinner tonight.
Isn't there anything we can do, Dr. Weybridge?
For the past hour, we've been sweeping slowly in a spiral around the spot where the Poseidon submerged.
With no sign of it. I don't think I can stand it any longer, Dr. Weybridge.
Now, you've got to get hold of yourself, Doris.
What possibly could have happened?
I couldn't say.
Maybe the windows burst in on them and mashed them to pieces.
No, I doubt that very much.
Maybe the clockwork's gone wrong.
Well, that's not very likely either.
But if it has, Sam and Star are down there 5 miles under our feet. In the cold and the dark, anchored in that little bubble of yours. Counting off the minutes of life that are still left
Now,
to them.
Doris, stop that. Stop it and listen to me. If anything serious has gone wrong, and I'm sure it hasn't, remember, they have enough oxygen for another good hour at least. It's too soon to start worrying. You've got to be patient.
Oh, if there were only something we could do.
Now, stop that, Doris. Stop it.
I can't help it. It's so funny. What pitiful, arrogant little creatures we humans are. Down there, miles and miles of water reaching to Lord knows where. And this beautiful blue sky stretching out over us with no end. And we, proud, insignificant little pygmies, feel we have to conquer it all. Why do we have to stick our big noses into every unknown secret of the universe? Why can't we let things alone?
Do you see anything?
Oh, you stopped moving.
The spinning stopped. So is the rocking.
Something funny is happening out there. It seems to have got lighter, as if there were a broad horizon and a pale, luminous sky.
And our friends?
Well, they've got us suspended like a balloon, some 100 or so feet above the bottom. Seem to be thousands of them.
No. What is it?
Star. There's a whole city down there. Streets and houses and waving trees spread all over the place. There's a building much taller than the rest. It looks like a ruined abbey or a cathedral of some kind. Take a look for yourself.
You're absolutely right. It's all laid out like a big map. But none of the houses have a roof. Look, you can see inside every one of them.
Everything's so white.
Sam, where are we? Where have they taken us?
They've got us inside the walls now. They're made of waterlogged wood and twisted copper wire rope and iron spars and...
Yeah, and what?
The dead white bones and skulls of human beings all over the place, in zigzag lines and spirals and curves.
Let me take a look. Thousands of silvery little fish darting in and out of the eye sockets.
Look at those devils now. What are they up to?
Lying down flat on their bellies, prostrating themselves in front of our globe.
All except that very tall one standing in front of them.
Yes.
On top of a platform encrusted with more skulls and bones.
Oh, it's a woman.
Her scales, or whatever they are, look like a shining robe of some kind.
And she's got a crown on her head.
She just stands there above the rest of them, opening and shutting that snake mouth of hers as if she were leading the others in some kind of prayer.
I'm turning on the listening device.
Oh, beloved people of perpetual night, lend ear to what I say. It has been told that there exists another world above us, a strange heaven of lights called the sun, the moon, the stars.
It seems she's the high priestess of this place.
The ancient scrolls tell of fantastic creatures who inhabit this unknown world. Creatures who breathe air, who know of a thing called fire, whose blood is warm. We know them from the bones and from the skulls we have collected.
Do you suppose...
Shut up.
2 of these shining creatures have rained down upon us like a blessed meteor out of the mysterious blackness of our watery sky. We must show them our reverence and our love. These are the gods that were described in our ancient writings. These are the gods to whom we must do honor.
She's talking about us, Sam.
I know.
We must now release them from the star that brought them to us, so we may worship them with fullness of heart. You may proceed.
What are they going to do?
You hear? They're going to release us from our star. They're going to open this thing and let us out.
No, but that's a certain death sentence.
That's the choice. Suffocation from lack of oxygen or drowning.
They're back at the windows. If they manage to crack one of them...
No, it's not likely. The glass is 3 inches thick.
Stop! Something's happening.
I can feel it.
The line they attached to us. It's loose. It's been torn out of their hands.
Well, it's been cut by the rocks. We're going up, Star. I can't believe it. We're rising up. Up! We could feel the impact of the globe shooting up to the surface, slowed only by some of the lead ballast that was still attached to it. Star had already passed out. Then, something like a huge wheel was suddenly released in my head, spinning around and around. I fought with every ounce of strength left in my body to hold on, but in seconds, I too collapsed and lost consciousness completely. The next thing I saw was the face of my wife looking anxiously into mine.
Are you all right, darling?
I suppose so. Where's Star?
Still with the ship's doctor.
The doctor says he'll be all right. Well, you had us all worried there for a while, Sam. But we're glad you're back.
You have no idea how glad I am to be back, Dr. Weybridge.
What happened?
Let's say we had a couple of anxious moments.
The main thing is you're here.
Whatever it was, you're very lucky. The doctor says that you'll both be back to your normal selves in a couple of days.
Where did we surface, Doctor? I blacked out before I could tell.
Well, the Poseidon shot up out of the water not more than a quarter of a mile from where we were waiting. We unscrewed the hatch and found the two of you lying crumpled up on the bottom.
They couldn't tell whether you were dead or alive. What really made us swallow hard was the fact that you had only 6 minutes of oxygen left.
6 minutes.
That's all.
What's that you're holding in your hand, Doctor?
Well, I thought after you were rested you might be able to tell me.
Well, what is it?
Well, in going over the outside of the sphere, one of the boys found these two little things jammed into the clockwork mechanism.
May I see them, please?
Handle them carefully, Doris. They're a specimen of sea animal I've never seen in my entire professional experience.
About 5 inches long. Head's like a lizard of some kind. Strong legs, wide, flat tail.
But look at the pectoral fins, if you can call them that. They're like little human hands.
Their faces, in some peculiar way, look pretty human, too.
Did you come across any of them down there, Sam?
Well, we saw something like them, but what we saw was longer than 5 inches.
I remind you that seen through the 3-inch thick glass of your portholes, they would have been magnified.
Magnified? Of course.
Yes, at least 12 or 15 times. From where you sat, one of these fellows, if you had seen them, would have appeared to have been almost as big as a man.
As big as a man? What do you think it is, Doctor?
Well, I can't be sure. But what you brought up may well be a kind of prehistoric cross between some kind of fish, a hangover from a long-forgotten past, and what millions of years later was to evolve into a man.
If I told you we'd seen thousands of them, that they attacked us, and that their top lady tried to make gods of us, would you say that we had gone out of our minds?
No, not out of your minds, but definitely out of this world.
Some scientists have stated, without equivocation, that they see no reason why, under certain conditions, intelligent, water-breathing vertebrates could not live at the bottom of the deepest sea. Of course, you're entirely free to disagree with the scientists and say that Elsted and Norton, suffering from a lack of oxygen, may have dreamed the whole thing up. The choice is entirely yours. I shall be back shortly. In February 1976, 3 men in a craft called the Alvin actually made a journey 2 miles deep into the waters of the Caribbean off Grand Cayman Island. Their findings were little short of astonishing. What is most remarkable is that so many of the things they saw were identical to what H.G. Wells created out of his imagination over 80 years ago in the story you have just heard. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Earl Hammond, Court Benson, and Catherine Byers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Mr. Carter restates and toughens his stance on Yugoslavia. I'm Jerry Landay reporting on the CBS radio network. In his first news conference since the election victory, President-elect Jimmy Carter drew back from a controversial campaign declaration that he would never send American troops to the defense of independent Yugoslavia in event of a Russian invasion.
If the Soviet Union should invade Yugoslavia, that this would be an extremely serious breach of peace. It would be a threat to the entire world. As far as a peaceful world is concerned, it would make it almost impossible for us to continue under the broad, generic sense of détente. And whether or not we actually committed troops to Yugoslavia would be conjectural. My opinion is that would be unlikely, but I would have to make a decision on the final basis at that point.
In Plains, Georgia, Mr. Carter said a tax cut for those on the lower end of the income scale is a strong possibility if the economy stays soft when he takes office. But he made it clear it's still too early to talk about his cabinet appointments or his priorities.
Whether we'll move first, though, on health care or welfare reform or government reorganization or energy policy or tax reform, those sequence of major proposals will have to be evolved in the weeks to come. I do not know the sequence yet.
Reporters pressed Mr. Carter on whether the narrowness of the election denied him a mandate to enact his program. Carter declared that a number of presidents have both reigned and governed, though elected with less than a majority of the popular vote, and said he'll press his program aggressively. But Congressman John Anderson of Illinois, chairman of the House Republican Conference, offered a caution.
I think he would be well advised to take a very modest view of the extent of his mandate. As a matter of fact, I think that when you win as narrowly as he did, there's some question in my mind as to whether there's any mandate at all.
Anderson adding the business climate had greater need of confidence than a tax cut to restore momentum to the economy. Britain's Labour government has lost its overall majority in the House of Commons.
but officials insisted Labor can continue to govern with the support of 4 non-Labor members, and that Prime Minister Callahan will not call for an early general election. Labor, beset by inflation and a falling pound, sustained the parliamentary losses in special elections for vacant seats in the House of Commons. Opposition Conservatives picked up 2 seats in what are considered Laborite strongholds. Japan's Deputy Prime Minister Takeo Fukuda has resigned from the cabinet. Fukuda is the principal rival to Prime Minister Takeo Miki and has been trying to oust Miki for his handling of the Lockheed bribe scandal. But Miki has steadfastly refused to quit. There's to be a general election in Japan in a month's time. The official newspaper of Egypt, Al Ahram, has called on other Arab states to consider mending their fences with the Soviet Union. The newspaper also suggested resort to possible new ways of using the oil weapon. This, says the paper, as a result of the pro-Israeli policies of President-elect Jimmy Carter. Adjusted and corrected vote totals in Ohio show that Jimmy Carter's margin of victory over President Ford has slipped below 5,000 votes, the narrowest presidential margin there in nearly a century. I'm Jerry Landay, CBS News.
Vice President-elect Mondale now has had his first taste of what it's like to be vice president. He was featured along with President-elect Carter Thursday night in what was billed in advance as a Plains, Georgia joint news conference. The session lasted 30 minutes. No one asked Mondale a single question. I'm Mike Stanley, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You know, when I was a boy, I always thought the maps in an atlas were a fixed picture of the world that never changed. But certainly not in this century. New countries turn up every day. Old ones vanish or are renamed. I guess nothing is permanent. Styria, Carpathia, Transylvania are forgotten names on a map. I wonder if they are as defunct as the dread creature who came from there, whose 2 long teeth fastened on the victim's throat and drank his lifeblood. But if they are, they were not 70 or so years ago when this blood-curdling tale begins. Our mystery drama, Carmilla, was especially adapted from the classic novella of G.S. Le Fanu for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mercedes McCambridge. In Styria, which these days on a map you will find is an Austrian province named Steiermark, Laura Stanton was born and brought up. Her father, George, was an Englishman who had married into Hungarian nobility and had respected his wife's desire to stay on in Austria at the ancestral Schloss, or castle. Built at the end of the Middle Ages, the huge old fortress mansion was a lonely place for a young girl to grow up in, lying as it did deep in the heart of the country. But since she took the time to write it in her old, cramped, but still beautifully trained hand, let Laura Stanton tell her own story.
I started writing this over 50 years ago. But my confused and horrible reactions then persuaded me to lay it aside. But now, approaching my 90th birthday, I should like to leave a record of why I never married. I've only known the love of one person outside my father. A woman. That is a shocking statement, even today with all our liberation. How shocking an experience it proved to be for me at 19. It was so revolting and so soul-destroying that it stood between me and love for the rest of my life. I am not talking of sex or a sexual relationship, certainly not in the ordinary sense of the word. But let me take you back to the year 1905 and a whole other world. Damn
damn it, that quite puts me out.
What is it, Papa?
A letter from General Fieldsdorf, which arrived by the post. Late as usual. Everything is these days. Sent almost a week ago from Vienna.
From Vienna?
Must explain at moments. This arrives barely in time to tell me that he and his niece will not be arriving tomorrow.
Oh, what a shame. I was looking forward to making the acquaintance of Fräulein Reinhardt.
Even if the general had come, my dear, that would have been impossible.
Why?
The reason for canceling his visit is because of his niece's sudden death.
Her death, Papa? But she was only my age.
Yes, that's what's so tragic.
Was he still coming here?
No, there is some mystery. He appears to blame Bertha's death on some young guest they had. A mysterious young woman.
Well, what could it have been, Papa? An accident? Or some sort of disease that was catching?
There's no way of telling. I'm really quite shaken. My poor old friend. And I'm disappointed for you.
Oh, Papa, you mustn't think for a moment about me.
Well, I do all the time. Locked away in this great labyrinth of a mausoleum with no companions.
Oh, I have you. And Madame Paradon, the housekeeper. And my governess, Mademoiselle de la Fontaine.
I meant companions of your own age. Not dried-up old sticks like us.
Oh, you mustn't talk about that, Papa. You know I've always loved it here.
Next year, we must move for the season to Graz, or perhaps even Vienna, so that you could meet some nice young gallants.
Oh, I have a gallant who takes very good care of me.
Little creaky in the joints, I'm afraid. No, Laura. You're so retiring and self-effacing. It might be time to inject a little hussy into your bloodstream.
Papa, I think we have talked enough about me. And as for how happy I am, just look out at our garden. Where else but at the Schloss could we see such romantic, misty beauty?
It's a full moon. And a lovely, soft, clear evening. Shall we take a little stroll down by the drawbridge?
A moment, dear Papa, till I fetch a shawl, and I'd love it. I have the strangest feeling that tonight something very special is about to happen. By the time we reached the bridge, the moon was high and brilliant, and as we turned back, the whole landscape was a mezzotint, shimmering and dreamlike.
This moon tonight is full of magnetic force, an idyllic influence, which if...
Idyllic, Papa? That's a strange word. What does it mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be literary. Actually, I'm being quite literal. It means the effect of one animal's magnetism upon the other. Look back at the Schloss, for example.
Oh, yes. All its windows flash and twinkle and reflect the silvery splendor.
As if unseen hands had lit them all to receive some special royal guest. What's that?
It's a carriage. But it's coming too fast.
Step back, Laura, to the protection of this tree. It must be driven by a madman.
It was a closed carriage, richly appointed, drawn by 6 horses, traveling at top speed. As it came round the blind corner to the bridge, twisting and swaying wildly, a female voice screamed in terror. Coming off the bridge, the lead horse panicked, pulling the whole rig to the right, so that what was coming was inevitable. The wheels on one side, passing over the projecting overground roots of one of the great trees, and in a moment... My father was wonderful, as always in a crisis. First he rushed to calm the terrified lead horses, so that they in return stilled the panic in their followers. And the coachman, John Clear, joined to help him, while I, avoiding the still spinning wheels, clambered to open the door and to help out the occupants of the coach itself. I only gave assistance to an elderly lady, clad in a long cloak with a hood, whose sole concern was for her daughter. While I took her aside, my father and the coachman lifted out a younger lady, who seemed to be unconscious.
My poor petite fille, are you all right?
I should not worry too much, Madame. I have sent your footman to the Schloss for assistance, and shortly we shall have the conveyance here to conduct you and the young lady to accommodations where you may rest, and we can send for a physician's help.
You are too kind. Monsieur. Carmilla. Carmilla, are you all right?
I'm just dazed, Mamma Mia, but I feel so weak.
Oh, Regatessa. Oh, now, what do I do?
If you could tell me what troubles you.
This much only can I tell. You are a gentleman and must be well aware of the gathering clouds of war. I am returning to my husband in the haste you witnessed because I carry assurances and information only I can impart to him. For me to waste an hour, or a moment even, endangers our whole future. But I can see that the long trip to Vienna in such haste is something Carmilla cannot sustain. Now, is there some hostelry, inn, or even sanatorium where I can leave my precious child to be well cared for till I can send for her at more leisure and with adequate protection for her travel?
Papa, why can't she stay with us? Bertha's room was all prepared and is ready.
It is true. We would be happy to put up your daughter and see that she has immediate medical attention.
Oh, you could save an empire and relax a mother's heart.
I would feel more comfortable about all things if I knew exactly who I'm assisting and where.
That is impossible as of the moment. All that counts now, if I can feel my child safe, is for my men and yours to right the carriage so that I may be on my way. I promise you that it is a matter of more than even life or death.
But, Papa, where do you suppose they were coming from?
On that road, it's hard to say. They must have lost the main road and approached this way by accident. Here comes Dr. Zulig now. Well, Franz, how's our little patient faring?
Well, no problem at all. A few bruises. Otherwise, no worse for wear for the mishap. She is perhaps a little nervous and lonely, and perhaps bewildered.
One can hardly blame her.
I took the liberty of suggesting that Laura run up and have a chat with her before she turned in. Someone of her own age, you know.
Come in.
She was sitting propped up in the huge bed, her hair framing her face, tumbling about her shoulders. And now, for the first time, I could see her face clearly as she saw mine, as we both gasped.
But I know you.
And you. From a dream I had.
From a dream I had, too, when I was 6 years old.
How long ago was that?
13 years.
Oh, it's just when I had mine.
Oh, you must tell me, and I must tell you. But you must be Laura, and my name is Carmilla, and we mustn't be strange to each other. Oh, come. Sit beside me on the bed, and hold my hand, so we can talk. I have a feeling, I know, we're going to be terribly close, you and I.
Remembering that old dream, which had never ceased to haunt me, I should have been repelled. But instead I was drawn irresistibly toward Carmilla. Would to God I had known that the fascination was not love, but an unhealthy spell. The flame for the moth, the spider's web for the fly. But I didn't know, and I went to her, and I put my hand into Carmilla's.
Two beautiful young women, one blonde and blue-eyed, the very quintessence of innocence, the other lying in the bed, pale from the accident and seemingly vulnerable, ripe olive-skinned, with great dark eyes and tumbling masses of chestnut hair, perhaps masked in beauty and evil and malevolence, not of this world, and not to be named. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The old lady who writes this story of 70 years ago still retains much resemblance to that once blooming girl of 19. Oh, the china blue eyes are a little faded, the hair ash gray instead of golden blonde, but the figure is neat and trim and somehow vulnerable, not only to the encroachment of 89 years, but as if it had always been so.
We sat there, hand in hand, Carmilla and I, searching each other's faces. There was a silence of what must have been minutes. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs at the wonder, the terror of that spectrally beautiful face, which at last was no longer a dream.
How wonderful. 13 years ago, I saw your face in a dream, and it has haunted me ever since.
Oh, it's wonderful indeed. 13 years ago, in vision or reality, I certainly saw you. I could never forget your face. It's remained with me ever since.
It seems as if we were predestined to be friends. I want you to be my friend.
Yes, I want to be yours.
Well, we will. And we must start with the first thing we shared.
The dream.
There now. I can see you're shy. Oh, but that comes of being alone too much. So I shall start. I told you, it was when I was 6, and I woke up from some troubled dream, and I found myself in a room that was nothing like my nursery. It had dark wood wainscoting and great heavy beams sloping over the bed.
And did it have a big iron candlestick by the bed with 2 branches made out of
serpents? Yes. And they held the candles in their mouths.
That was my nursery. It's still there on the top floor, just as you described it.
You see, it's more than a dream. Now I remember, I was only 6, and being in a strange room, I was scared, and I was about to cry out, when all of a sudden, this fairy princess with golden hair and blue eyes sat up in the bed next to me and held her arms out to me. It was you!
As a child?
No. As you are, now. Your lips, red and full, smiling at me, beckoning me. I climbed in beside you. You put your arms around me, and softly, so sweetly, I went to sleep.
And that was all?
No, then there's the bad part, but I put that out of my mind. I don't try to remember that.
No, you must tell me.
Oh, very well, because we must have no secrets from each other. I don't know how long I've been lying there with you, and suddenly a scream awoke me.
My scream?
Yes, you were sitting up in the bed screaming, and I was terrified, and I slipped to the ground, and then suddenly everything was blank until I woke up again in my own nursery.
And hasn't this dream haunted you and tortured you all these years?
Haunted, if you want. Say rather, I've never forgotten it. But why should it torture me? What I remember most is the love and the warmth that came from you, and how often I've longed for my beautiful golden lady. Who would ever think I'd find her again?
It's all so eerie. I don't understand it. It's so topsy-turvy.
What do you mean? Tell me about your dream.
Well, it was just the other way. I mean, I was 6 years old, and nobody ever worried too much about me because I was never told ghost stories or fairy stories or anything that might wake me up in the night and worry me. So this one night when I did wake up, which was unusual for me, I wasn't worried or frightened.
Where were you?
I was in my own bed.
And was it the only bed in the room?
No, there was another bed my nurse used to sleep in, but by now it was empty. Except that when I looked over there this night, it wasn't empty. You were sitting up in it.
Me? The child?
No, as you are now. And you came to my bed with your great dark eyes and your hair streaming down your back. And I thought I had never seen anything so beautiful.
And did I get into your bed with you?
Yes, you did, only it was you who took me in your arms. And you held me, and you soothed me until I fell fast asleep.
And I didn't wake up or scream.
No, I was the one who did that. Because I suddenly had the sensation that 2 needles had been run deep into my chest at the same moment.
And were there marks on you?
No, the doctor found nothing.
Oh. I seem to have known you so long. I never have had a friend, a real friend. Have I found one now?
Of course, Carmilla.
Then kiss me and promise me it shall always be so.
Oh, my dear one. Welcome at long last.
Yes. I feel as though I'd come home.
I have said that I was drawn to Carmilla from the first. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. A strange feeling it's hard to describe, except I could have wished she were a boy. For there is no doubt I was under her spell, and she embarrassed me often when she spoke so freely of her love for me.
Come and kiss me good morning, my dearest. Oh, how wonderful to wake up to you.
Good morning, Carmilla.
No, not just a passing hug. Come on, kiss me. And tell me you love your Carmilla as she loves her Laura.
Well,
There. That's better. You don't know the humiliation of how I must live in your warm life. And you shall die. Die, sweetly die, into mine.
I don't understand you.
Just never seek to know more of me and mine. But trust me with your loving spirit. Come. Kiss me again, so I know I'm forgiven.
Carmilla, no,
You are mine. You shall be mine. And you and I are one forever.
I seem to be showing you the worst of her. Because at most times she was sparkling and a vivacious talker. She kept my father and all of us in rounds of laughter with her bright wit. The apathy which afflicted her was only bodily. Her mind was always alert.
Laura, are you afraid to die?
Oh, yes. Everyone is.
But to die together, as lovers may, so that they may live always together?
Well, that's something I'd rather not talk about. Oh, I just remembered.
What?
We must go meet the family.
The family?
Yes. Didn't you notice there were no pictures in the gallery? They've all been to the restorer, and today's the day that they're to be returned and rehung. And most of them are from my mother's family. She was Hungarian, you know. It should be quite exciting.
Oh, just some musty old portraits?
Yes, exactly what they were. They were so covered with smoke and the grime of centuries. I've never really seen any of them. Come along, Carmilla. Do let's go have a look.
Say they're a very prepossessing-looking crew.
Oh, Papa, I think it's fun. With their mutton chop whiskers and beards and medals and hussar coats. Don't you, Carmilla?
Oh, they're just like all the others of their times.
Well, you must be quite a historian, Carmilla. Some of these go back 300 years or so. Hello. Here's a surprise, all right?
What?
Look.
Carmilla, look, it's the very image of you, even to the mole on your throat. Papa, isn't it a marvelous likeness?
By Jove, I believe you're right. Can you read who it is? Marcia, does it say?
No, Mircalla. Mircalla, Countess Karnstein, and the date is 1698.
Well. I do remember that your mother was descended from the Karnsteins.
As am I think, a very long time ago. Are there any Karnsteins living here now?
Well, none who bear the name, although it's interesting. The ruins of their ancestral castle is not much more than 3 leagues, right to the west of here. It was destroyed, they say, during the civil wars.
I should like to see it sometime.
Papa, this is just a small portrait. Could I have it to hang in my room?
Well, if you like, I'll have Hans put it up for you.
And then, once you've arranged that, could we, dear Laura, take a stroll in the moonlight? It's so beautiful.
Here we are at the drawbridge. It's also like the night you came to us.
So you were thinking of the night I came. Are you glad I did?
Oh, ever so much. Someday, when you tell me your story, I know it'll be made up of one great romance. I'm sure that you have been in love, and that at this moment there's an affair of the heart going on.
I have been in love with no one. I never shall, unless it should be you.
Carmilla,
darling, I live in you. And you would die for me. I love you so.
Carmilla, are you all right?
I'm a little faint. It will pass. It's the last time, perhaps, that I shall see the moonlight with you.
What do you mean?
The time is very near when you shall know all.
She was so weak, I could scarcely get her safely to bed. It was long before I could get to sleep, but when at last I did, if indeed I really was asleep, I was conscious of something huge and black circling by the foot of my bed, a monstrous cat-like shape that suddenly sprang, and I felt the stinging pain as if 2 needle-sharp claws had plunged like hot irons into my breast. And then suddenly my eyes were open, and I thought I saw Carmilla standing there. And I felt relieved. The figure moved quickly to the door, and I followed it, only to find the door securely locked from the inside, just the way I had left it before I retired. I sprang into my bed with the covers over my head, and I lay there, more dead than alive, until morning.
There are none so blind who will not see. And yet it is only human nature to lift the spirits by saying that no disaster, natural or supernatural, could ever happen to us. Is it happening to Laura? Or is she only a young girl with a lonely childhood behind her and a very lively imagination? I'll return shortly with Act 3. With the morning and the coming of light, nothing seems more insubstantial than a dream. Certainly, although it may leave some residual shock to the dreamer, a nightmare loses its terror, and there is a natural inclination not to recount one, except to someone very close to you, for fear of being laughed at, or in Laura's case, something different.
I should have told my father, but I didn't. Mostly because, to my surprise, quite early that morning, in answer to a knock on my door, I opened it and found Carmilla up and about.
May I come in?
Of course.
Dearest, you don't look well.
No, I don't feel very well. I had a bad dream.
I knew it. I knew it in my bones, for so did I.
Was it something like a hard and black, like a huge cat that was coming around your bed and springing on you?
Exactly. But I had my lucky charm with me, you see, this, pinned to my pillow, and I reached for it, and the moment my fingers touched it, the thing disappeared. Was it the same for you?
No, it almost smothered me. And I felt these two hot pins plunge in and puncture just beneath my throat until I thought I'd strangle.
Oh, how awful. Let me see.
Huh?
Why, darling, it was a dream. There's nothing there. But we shan't take any chances with you. Here, you shall have my amulet to protect you.
The next night and the nights following, my sleep was deep and dreamless, although the nights were followed by days of lassitude and a melancholy that was strangely not unpleasant. This was well enough for a time, until new and vague sensations began to disturb my sleep. Sometimes a hand drawn across me. Sometimes the feeling of lips kissing me, longer and more lovingly, until they reached my throat. Within a week, my eyes were dilated and dark underneath, and I was pale. And my father noticed the change and insisted on my seeing the doctor. It was just as well that the doctor was called, for that night, everything came to a head.
No! Yes, Papa. Yes, I'm going.
What is it, my darling? What is it?
Here, little one, I'll get your robe and slippers.
You're shaking like a leaf. What is it?
Oh, Papa. I was asleep. I was sound asleep. And all of a sudden, there was a blinding white light. And I saw Carmilla standing at the foot of my bed in her nightdress. And she was bathed from her chin to her feet in a big stain of blood. Papa, I'm afraid something's happened to her. Let's go. Quickly. Let's go to her room.
Here, Charles, put this on. Now, and the slippers.
Thank you, Madame Pardon.
Camilla, this is Mr. Stanton. Open the door. Can you hear me? Camilla, it's Mr. Stanton. Open the door.
Oh, Papa. Suppose something terrible has happened to Carmilla.
Madame, ring for the servants. Get them up here right away.
Oh, Papa.
I'm going to have them break the door down.
The men arrived in various states of undress, but the door and the lock proved too stout and resisted all their efforts. Papa then directed one of the footmen to bring him his large elephant gun, which he had used on safari in Africa. A heavy charge broke the lock, shattering the door, and Papa and I burst into the room. Not only was it empty of Carmilla, but every trace that she might ever have been there was gone. Carmilla had disappeared into thin air, as if she had never been. Fortunately, Papa had given me a sleeping potion, and I knew nothing of this until the following day, when I woke up to find Papa and our good Dr. Zulig by my bedside.
Your father has told me the whole story, Fraulein. You mentioned a sensation as of two burning needles piercing deep into you somewhere about the neck on the occasion of the first horrible dream.
You mean when I thought I saw the black cat?
Yes. Could you indicate to me with your finger just where you think this occurred?
Right here.
Let me see now with the magnifying glass. So.
What is it, Herr Doctor?
Please, with the glass, you may see for yourself. Observe just below the throat.
Good Lord.
What is it?
Just where you said a small blue spot, in the center of it, two tiny sharp punctures. That is the point where the sense of strangulation seemed to begin.
Yes.
Well, then I don't see why you shouldn't begin to get well immediately. But she must not be left alone for a single moment.
There were 1,000 unanswered questions I now wanted to ask Papa and the doctor, but I never got to ask them, For as it happened, a most unexpected visitor, General Spielsdorf, arrived at this climactic moment, and it was his bizarre and harrowing story which eventually answered all my unanswered questions.
Shortly before my poor child, Bertha, and I were to visit you, we had an invitation to Count Karsfeld's Schloss, some leagues to the northwest of Karnstein. The occasion was a magnificent masquerade ball. I felt like the only nobody present. The more surprised was I, therefore, when a lady with most stately air, accompanied by an obviously young girl with whom Bertha immediately fell into delighted conversation, approached me and said,
"My dear General, what a delightful surprise to see you after all these years."
"Madam, since you are masked, you have the better of me."
"If you kissed my hand, would it jog your memory?"
"Well, I should hope so. It's a long time since I have kissed a lady's hand. The pleasure is all mine. Not, in fact, since... Wait, it cannot be, Your Majesty."
"It's only at the greatest risk that I'm here, and at all odds I must preserve my anonymity. I see our girls appear to have made themselves fast friends already. That is good. I have an urgent request to make of you."
"Well, I am yours, as always, to command."
"I am in the gravest danger every moment I spend here, and I've been quite desperate to know how to protect the young lady who is my companion. Could you take her in for a few weeks, at most, as your guest?"
"Madam, I shall be more than delighted, and I'm sure that Bertha will welcome the companionship."
"Well, then, let me introduce you to my ward and be on my way. I assure you it is a matter of life and death."
Papa, it's just the same. It's just like Carmilla and the lady.
Ah, yes, the lady that I, too, like the general, mistook for royalty. Even for the Empress herself.
Well, go on, General. What happened? It couldn't have been the same as it was.
"I am afraid so, my dear. My poor Bertha suffered from the same dreams as you, of a great black animal and the piercing double-pronged punctures beneath her throat. She was wasting away, despite all potions and powders the doctors tried, till one of them suggested what seemed a piece of arrogant nonsense to me.
What?
Legend has it that 200 years ago the Countess Karnstein, Miracalla by name...
Papa, that's the one who looks like Carmilla, the portrait I...
Hush, dearest. Finish, General.
Yes. Your father has told me about Miracalla, and I have verified her existence from other sources. What the doctor told me was that she was a vampire and has never died. I would have scoffed at this, except, well, because of my birth, I was so desperate. I concealed myself in the closet the last night before her death.
Papa, I don't know if I want to hear what happened.
You must listen.
There was a full moon that night, and it flooded the room. My beloved Bertha lay wasted and worn beneath the coverlet, deep in a sleep almost as profound as death. Suddenly, beside her bed, a black, amorphous shape bubbled up out of the pure moonlight, moving toward Bertha as though prepared to smother her.
General, what do you do here?
Oh, stop you, Milaka!
You have no power against us, Agron!
We shall see. Rather than let you harm Bertha more, I will cut you to...
You see, with this small hand I hold you helpless as a babe. Take comfort, old man. You are still too late. Your daughter is mine. Mine.
was alone with Bertha. By the time I was by her side, she had passed away.
Oh, how awful.
That is not the worst. If this friend, call her Carmilla, Milaka, Miracala, what you will, is not found and exterminated forever, your daughter is her slave, and even you.
But Carmilla is gone. How can we find her? Papa, what can we do?
We are leaving for Constantine immediately. We are going to open a grave. It was a long search, and getting near to twilight, before the stone, overgrown with lichen and moss and weeds, was uncovered. It was marked simply, Mircalla, Countess Karnstein, 1682, but the death date had been somehow obliterated. Finally, the last dirt was uncovered, and the old coffin, rotting, lay bare. The lid was rolled back, and there lay my lovely Carmilla.
Oh, Carmilla!
Milaka. No, the one whose grave it is, the Countess Mircalla.
But see how her face is tinted with the warmth of life, Papa. Look, her eyes are open.
No cadaverous smell from the coffin. She still breathes faintly.
The coffin floats nearly 7 inches deep in blood. There is your vampire beyond a doubt. Priest, to save my daughter, do your duty.
The priest drove the sharpened oak stake through the body, and that fearsome shriek which still sounds in my dreams rent my ears. But I know now, more and more as the years have passed, that it was not Carmilla who died, but that ancient 2-century-old corpse who had roamed in lonely agony till at last she was brought home to the peace of God.
Not much one can add to a story like that, except, very appropriately, the end. You can sleep safely tonight, wherever you are, especially if you are young and a girl. For Carmilla, Milarca, Mircalla, whatever name you prefer to call her, will not haunt your dreams. I'll be back shortly. Just for the record, and to keep it all tidy, we should mention that all the proper protocol was followed in the extinction of a vampire, although Laura was spared the rest of it. But the head was struck from the body, and both head and body burned to ashes, which were strewn on a stream, and so carried away forever. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Marion Seldes, Stotts Cotsworth, Court Benson, and Martha Greenhouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, it's my pleasure to tantalize you with a mystery. And not a whodunit, but a, so to speak, why-done-it. Frankly, I much prefer the why to the whodunits, because they're just so darn difficult to solve, if you manage to solve them at all. For example, why... But no. Let Rose Corbin, our heroine, ask the question.
But why, Hank? Why would anyone commit murder because of this coat?
Our mystery drama, Roses Are for Funerals, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Carol Shelley. Well, now, I'm not going to make the mistake the famous mystery writer E. Phillips Oppenheim once made and bet that you can't solve this mystery. You know what happened to him. You don't? Well, he bet his readers a large sum of money that they couldn't solve the mystery. And many of them did. So, no bets. Tell you what I will do, though. I'll play fair, as always, and make sure you have all the clues I have. Every single one. I'll even tell you when you've got all the pieces you need to put the puzzle together. And nothing can be fairer than that, right? Okay, then. Let's start at Kennedy International Airport, in a passenger lounge where a very attractive young lady named Rose Corbin sits patiently waiting for her cousin, Hank North.
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Yes?
Please, may I introduce myself? My name is Simone Lavaux.
Yes?
Please, I must talk quickly, very fast, because my flight has already been announced for Paris.
What is it you want?
You will think it is such a foolishness, mademoiselle, but I wish to buy your coat.
You wish to buy my coat, the coat I'm wearing?
Yes, please. It's a strange thing to ask, I know.
It's a very strange thing to ask, especially when you're wearing the same kind of coat.
Oh, no, it's not the same.
Well, yours is real leopard skin, of course, while mine is only imitation, and a different style, too, but...
Please, let me explain, and then I know you will agree to my very strange request.
You can explain, but I'm not selling you this coat.
Please, mademoiselle, the problem is my sister. She's my twin sister in Paris. Vous savez, elle est très pauvre. She's very poor, and she's married to a man who does not make much money.
I'm sorry about that.
Please, je vous en prie, please listen. When we were children, my sister and I always wore identical clothes. Dresses, coats, hats, everything was the same. And so today, when I buy something, well, like this coat I am wearing, which I bought here in the city, I always buy for her a duplicate.
Oh, it's very thoughtful, yes, very kind.
But you see, I'm very selfish. When I see this coat, I want it. Oh, I want it so much. And so I said to the salesperson, I will take this and another one just like it. Of course, for my sister, you understand. But mademoiselle, there is not another one like it. So please, quickly now, I have only a few minutes before my flight. And combien ça coûte, hein? How much did you pay for it? How much do you wish for it?
I'm sorry, but I just don't want to sell my coat.
$100, huh? After all, it's only imitation leopard.
Look here, even if you offered me $200,
$500, mademoiselle.
No.
Please try to understand. I must have it. $1,000, $1,000.
For an imitation leopard skin.
Please, mademoiselle, my sister.
Now, if you're so concerned over your sister having a coat like yours, buy her one when you get to Paris.
It's too late, mademoiselle. She's meeting me at the airport, and she will say, where is my coat? And I shall have
I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry, but...
Please, here, $1,000, and I take the coat.
Please, what are you doing? Take your hands off. Please, will you? Don't you look, you're torn. You ripped the lapel.
Hey, cool it.
Go away.
Yes, I'll be happy to if one of you isn't Rose Corbin.
Oh, that's me. Are you Hank? Hank?
Yeah, that's me. I was pretty sure you were Rose. You're wearing that rose in your coat lapel. What is all of this?
Well, this woman insists that I sell her my coat.
But they have offered her $1,000.
But if my cousin doesn't want to sell, you don't want to, do you, Rose?
No.
Well...
But I do not have time to argue. I shall miss my flight. Please, I beg of you, sell it to me.
Look, I'd better find a cop.
No, don't do that, please.
Well, then you must be on your way.
Please, the coat, I must have it.
Okay, there's a cop over there. I'll just go and...
No, please, I'm going. I'm going over.
Oh, thank you, Hank. I'm so glad you came along when you did.
She gave you a hard time, huh?
Well, she tried to tear the coat off me, even ripped my lapel.
She put a kind of crimp in your rose, too. Broke the stem.
I might as well throw that away. Now it's served its purpose.
Well, there's no need for that. Look, I think I can repin it.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. Say, it's still pretty fresh. In fact, it's very fresh. After an 8-hour trip from London.
I didn't get it in London. I got it here at the airport florist when I landed. When I told you I'd be wearing a rose so that you'd recognize me, well, I decided if the girl looked wilted, at least the rose didn't have to.
Well, there you are. Good as new.
Oh, thank you.
Except for your torn lapel. Mother will take care of that. Okay. I've got your bag, so let's go. Fun City awaits you, Cousin Rose.
Hank? She seems to be awaiting me, too.
What?
Oh, the French girl, see? She still hasn't gone through the flight gate. She's standing there looking at us as if she was still hoping to buy this coat.
Ah, forget it. The world is full of nuts. Let's go.
Well, yes, we have bridges in London, but nothing like this, Hank. The Triborough, you said?
Yeah. Look over there. How's that for your first sight of New York City?
Oh, it's sensational.
It's too bad you didn't arrive at night. That skyline all lit up. It's out of sight.
I'm sure it is. Oh, Hank, I'm so grateful to you and Aunt Ruth, letting me stay with you on my first trip to the States.
Letting you stay? They're happy to have you. In fact, now that I see you, I'm delighted to have you. And very glad we're cousins twice removed.
Why?
Well, it makes us kissing cousins.
I hope you're right. About being second cousins, I mean. Personally, I can't figure it out. Maybe you, with that lawyer's braid of yours.
Hey, what in...
What is it? What's wrong?
That car next to us. Hey, watch it. Hey, man, you're too darn close.
Oh, good heavens, they certainly are.
Crazy fools. What are you doing? Get over.
Oh, we'll have an accident.
We sure will if they do... Well, they got the idea. They're pulling ahead. Thank heaven.
Pulling ahead, but right in front of us.
Now, what in...
Hank, look out. They've stopped. Oh!
Rose, are you okay?
I don't know.
Hey, here, what do you think you're doing? You, quick.
Me?
Yes, you. Give me that. Oh, never mind. I'll take it. Hey, take your hands off her. What kind of a nut are you? Let her alone.
The coat. He's trying to take my coat.
Get your hands off her, I said. All right.
Hank, you've knocked him out.
No, he's getting up. Come back here, you dirty creep.
Hank, do go after him. He could be armed. You could be hurt.
He's getting back in his car. Get the license number.
All right.
Quick, Rose, the glove compartment, pad and a pencil.
All right.
Jot the number down. Quick. He's burning rubber to get away fast. They tried to kill us, Mother. They did. I know they did.
And he, the man who jumped from their car and ran back to ours, he wanted my coat as badly as that woman at the airport.
It's unbelievable. Altogether unbelievable.
It's incredible. That's what it is.
Now, just a minute. You say she was willing to pay $1,000 for it.
For imitation leopard skin.
But she wanted it and had to have it for her twin sister?
Yeah, well, I don't buy that, Mother. This second attempt to get a hold of the coat. I mean, by a guy who was ready to kill us in an accident if it turned out that way. No. There's something about that coat. Something somebody wants.
Yes, but what could anyone want with an imitation leopard skin coat? Where'd you buy it, Rose?
Harrods in London.
I wish I knew how to straighten out the mystery of Rose's coat.
Oh, dear. You don't straighten out a mystery. You solve it. And I ought to know. I've read hundreds of them every year. Solve most of them, too.
We'll try solving this one then, Aunt Ruth.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been thinking, and I may have the answer.
You have?
I just may have. Would you bring me the coat, dear?
Of course. I won't be a minute.
What do you think of her, Mother?
Oh, she's beautiful, and she's just so charming, so poised. She may not have much money, son, but she does know how to wear clothes.
And with a figure like that, the clothes wear her.
Well, I don't mind saying she's exactly the sort of girl I hoped you'd marry one day.
Yeah, well, in that case, I'm glad she came over. I'm glad you invited her.
Oh, that's why I invited her.
Here it is, Aunt Ruth.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, this rose you wore is wilted, poor thing.
Small wonder. It's really taken a battering. I suppose it just decided to give up.
Mother, what are you doing?
Now you know my methods, Watson. Apply them. I'm examining the lining.
The lining?
Well, no, I could be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if something were hidden in this lining.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
Well, let me see. Certainly not jewels, or I'd be able to feel them.
You're going over that lining like an expert, Mother.
Well, that's what comes of being a mystery story addict. Oh, wait. Not heroin either.
Heroin?
Oh, it's been done. Well, not anymore, though. The customs people were onto that, ages ago.
I'll go.
Now, if heroin were concealed in the lining, I'd be able to feel the crinkly little glassine envelopes.
Oh.
What? There's nothing hidden in the lining. Nothing I can see, anyway. Oh, was it paper delivery, dear?
Yeah.
Now, why are you looking at the front page? It's as if you've just been shocked out of a year's growth.
Because it could be I just have been.
Hank?
Listen to this. Headline reads, Woman murdered on Paris-bound plane.
What?
A woman identified as Simone Laveau of Paris, France.
Her. That's the woman who wanted to buy my coat.
I know. Just listen now. Was found dead in her seat aboard Flight 219 for Paris late this afternoon. An hour after takeoff, a hostess, Andrea Klein, noticed that Miss Laveau was slumped in her seat and thought she was asleep. She secured a cushion to place behind the young woman's head, and on doing so, discovered she was dead.
Oh, no.
Further examination disclosed a deep knife wound in her left side. Since the flight was only an hour out from New York City, Hostess Klein recalls that a man was seated next to her just before takeoff, was nowhere to be found on board following the discovery of the murder.
What does this mean, Hank?
I'll tell you one thing it means, Mother. I'm going to police headquarters right now, and I'm taking that coat with me.
Yes, but Hank...
Rose, a woman who was willing to pay $1,000 for this piece of imitation leopard skin, was murdered an hour or so later. Why? A man neither of us ever saw before nearly killed us in a crash on the Triborough so he could get this coat off you. Why? Well, we better find out why, because...
Yes, because...
I could be wrong. I hope I am. But this coat, it could be a death warrant, Rose.
Whose?
Yours.
Now, of course, you're thinking, so Ruth North, Hank's mother, examined the lining of that coat and found nothing. So what? Obviously, the coat contains something. Maybe it does, then again, maybe it doesn't. In fact, to be absolutely truthful with you, no. Why should I be? You have all the clues. Use them. I'll be back shortly for Act 2. I'm sure most of you will recall the famous incident when Sherlock Holmes said to Dr. Watson, "Consider, Watson, the curious behavior of the dog." And Watson said, "But Holmes, the dog did nothing." "Precisely, Watson," Holmes answered. "Precisely." Now that, my dear listeners, is precisely the sort of clue you now have in your possession, and like Watson, must figure out for yourselves. I can almost hear Holmes saying, "But consider the coat, Watson, the imitation leopard skin coat." And Watson answering, "But the coat is valueless, Holmes." And Holmes nodding wisely as he replies, "Precisely, Watson, precisely." Now, shall we go on?
Joe. Hello. Contact ballistics. I'm fabrics. They're bullets. And that's what you want to know about. Joe, listen. Granted, I have what you call a special flair for forensic, but... Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah. Leave it to me, Joe. Bye. Lieutenant Maxwell. Show him in. Come in, Mr. North, Miss Corbin.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Sit down, please. Coffee?
No thanks. Rose?
No, thank you.
Well, Here's your coat, Miss Corbin. We found nothing. Not a thing.
Nothing?
I'll level with you, Mr. North. When you brought this coat in the other night, I figured, well, there's something, and I'll find it. Like there had to be something. You know what I mean? I mean, who offers 1,000 claps for an imitation leopard skin coat, then gets himself murdered an hour later? Who crashes his car against another guy's car on the Triborough here and tries to grab the coat off a dame? Who? Somebody that wants something in that coat. That's who.
Yes, but you found nothing.
I have personally put this coat through every test we know. Every inch of it has been examined under the microscope, the X-ray, the fluoroscope. We took the lining apart.
Oh.
And don't worry, we put it back together again better than before.
It's beautiful.
And, pulled the blank.
Well, I don't get it, Lieutenant. I mean, if it was just that woman willing to pay $1,000 for this coat, but a guy crashing his car into mine on the bridge, then trying to rip that coat off Rose, Miss Corbin. Lieutenant, there's got to be something about this coat.
Well, I felt the same way myself, Mr. North, but there's nothing. No invisible markings, nothing hidden in the seams, nothing between the layers of the fabric and the collar, nothing. So to be honest with you, I don't get it either.
Excuse me, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
What about the woman, Simone Laveau? Have you found out why she was murdered?
No, I checked a couple of times with homicide. Last time, 20 minutes ago. We got nothing here on her. Us, the FBI, the T-boys. Right now we're checking the CIA and Interpol. They could maybe have something, but it'll take a little time.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You'll let us know if anything turns up?
You'd better believe it, Mr. North.
Well, so much for the coat, Rose. That's that, I guess. What would you like to do?
Oh, don't you have to get back to your office?
Well, not until late this afternoon. I scheduled my day so I could spend most of it with you. Say, I know. How about the Museum of Art? We could spend a few hours there, even have lunch if you'd like that.
Oh, how wonderful, Hank. Only I don't like the idea of having to carry this coat around all day.
Well, you won't have to. I mean, we'll check it at the museum, okay?
Okay.
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Enjoy your sandwich, Rose?
Oh, yes, only I'm so full. You Americans make much bigger sandwiches than we do in Britain.
The American way. Everything on a big scale.
Ah.
Well, you feel up to looking at some more paintings?
Hank, would you mind? I really don't. 2 hours walking around those galleries upstairs.
Oh, sure. You're tired. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll drop you off at home and then head downtown to my office.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, to be honest, Rose, I do. I mean, I want to spend as much time with you as I can. You want to stop and look at the Greek and Roman sarcophaguses? Sarcophagi? Tombs?
No, I've seen enough. Let's just get my coat from the check room and go home, where I can rest these aching feet.
Whatever you say, Cousin Rose. Hey, there's something going on over there.
I should say so. There's a big crowd around the check room. Police. Hank, what do you suppose has happened?
I don't know. We're going to have a rough time, though, getting through that crowd to reclaim your coat. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you know what's going on over there?
There's been a murder, I think.
A murder?
Yeah, a robbery or a theft or whatever it's called. Anyway, somebody stole a coat.
A coat?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You don't happen to know what kind of coat?
Yeah, I think they said a leopard skin coat, somebody said. Imitation leopard.
Another cup, Rose? Oh, thank you. I'm getting to like coffee.
Oh, or is that another way of saying you don't care for my tea?
Oh, no.
No?
Tea or coffee, when you finish that, I think it'd be smart to stretch out for a while, have yourself a nap. I mean, you've had kind of a rough day.
Tiring anyhow.
Well, at least you're rid of that coat once and for all. Now, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But you don't, dear.
I don't. I just don't know. I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
I have sort of, I don't know, a feeling that what happened at the museum today isn't the end of all this. For me, I mean.
Oh, now, it's nothing more than nerves, my dear. It's just nerves.
Perhaps, but I don't think so. Maybe it's the mystery of the thing. Not knowing why someone wanted that coat badly enough to kill for it. Murder for it. Looks like we'll never know now.
Well, look, it's over now, and we can forget it, as Mother says. And now, if you ladies will excuse me.
Well, where are you going?
To the office.
Oh, but this late in the afternoon, it's after 4.
And the brief I wanted to finish up at 3 is still waiting to be finished.
Now, Hank, you work too hard. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Don't forget there's the theater tonight.
Look, I'll be back at 6:30, the latest, so don't... I'll get it. Hello?
That you, Mr. North?
Yes. Lieutenant Maxwell?
Yeah, I tried you at your office. They said I might find you at home. You gonna be there another hour or so?
Well, if it's important...
I think it is. I've got the answer. Anyhow, I think I've got the answer to our little mystery. I want to come over and check it out.
Yeah, well, sure, but what is the answer?
One thing, Mr. North, we got a report from the Paris branch of Interpol on the Simone Laveau woman.
Yeah, what about her?
She was a foreign agent, one of the higher-ups in the spy ring.
The spy ring?
Spy ring?
Yeah, now, the way I figure it, she... Oh, wait just a minute. Yeah, what is it, Eddie?
Lieutenant Maxwell says Simone Laveau was a foreign agent, part of a spy ring.
Oh, good heavens.
Hello? Hello, Mr. North?
Yes, you, Lieutenant.
Listen, something's just come up here. I gotta hang up. But I'll be at your place in, say, half an hour.
Wait a minute. What's the answer to the mystery?
I'll see you in half an hour.
Lieutenant, don't leave us hanging like... Well, I'll be.
Well, what was all that about, Hank?
Well, Maxwell says he has the answer to the mystery, or he thinks he has. He'll be over here in half an hour to check it out.
What is the answer?
He didn't tell me. He got called away on something. He had to hang up. Well...
Who are you calling?
The office. That brief will have to wait until tomorrow now.
Well, where is he?
Well, give him time, Mother. Give him time.
But it's nearly 6 o'clock. He should have been here at least an hour ago, and we are going to the theater tonight, remember?
Yeah, well, we may have to skip that.
I'm so sorry, Aunt Ruth.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. It's not your fault.
Well, somehow I feel it is.
Rose, how could it possibly be your fault?
Well, I'm the one who bought that silly coat at Harrods, and if I hadn't bought it, none of this would have happened.
Not to you, perhaps, but certainly to someone else, if someone did buy it. Now, for all we know, if you hadn't bought it, it could still be hanging on the rack in London.
Yes, well, I wish it were. It isn't nerves, Aunt Ruth. It's knowing that because of that coat, 2 people were murdered. Hank and I came close to death in that car crash, and... well, it's just too much.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Uh-oh.
Ah, this must be Lieutenant Maxwell. Okay, I'm coming. Lieutenant. You're... Lieutenant!
An ambulance.
Hank, what? Oh, my heavens, Hank, be quick. He's collapsing.
I've got him. Mother, call an ambulance.
An ambulance? Hank, is he hurt badly?
My back, my knife.
All right, let me get him onto the couch. Look, get his coat on.
All right.
And his shirt.
No, too late.
The name is North.
Finish.
Oh, that's what you think.
That's right.
Rose, the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Yes.
Bandages, iodine.
Yes, all right.
North.
Listen, look, you better not talk. Just let me get these things off you, so
The ambulance is on the way. Oh, my dear.
Blood, I've never seen so much.
Listen.
Oh.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The guy that did this.
How did he do it?
Not much time. She...
Rose?
Life in danger.
Rose's life? In danger?
Yes. She...
Man's in agony.
Here are some bandages and some iodine.
Lieutenant.
Guy that did this must found out. I know the answer to the code. Listen now.
Go on.
Only one that knows me. My office bugged. Got to be. Tell them. Headquarters. Tell them. Bugged.
Sure. Count on it. What is the answer, Lieutenant?
The code. Not.
What do you mean, not? Not what? Lieutenant!
Is he...
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, poor man. Another death. Will we never see the end of this? Why are you looking at me like that? Hank, Aunt Ruth, what is it? Tell me.
He said, your life's in danger now.
Mine? Yes, dear. But it can't be. How can it be? I haven't got the coat anymore.
No, but...
But what? They've got the coat. They've got what they were after. Why would they kill me?
I don't know. But I better find out, honey. I damn well better find out.
He'd certainly better do just that, or Rose Corbin, the very attractive young woman Hank North has fallen in love with, may not live much longer. But how can he find out the answer to this baffling mystery? Where does one start? What does one do? Where would you start? What would you do? I'll be back shortly for Act 3. Well, now, let's see where we are. Rose Corbin arrived in the United States from London, England, wearing an imitation leopard skin coat. On her arrival, a woman named Simone Laveau tried to buy the coat, and when Rose refused to sell, tried to take it away from her. Later, Simone Laveau was murdered aboard the plane taking her to Paris. Since then, the coat seems to have triggered 2 more murders. That of a check room attendant at the Museum of Art, at which time the murderer made off with the coat, and, as we heard only minutes ago, that of Lieutenant Maxwell of the police.
All right, Rose, let's go over it and over it.
Hank, we've gone over it and over it.
I know, but Maxwell said your life is in danger now, and Rose, if anything happened to you... Well, it isn't going to, not if I can help it. You bought the coat in Harrods the day before you took off to visit us here.
Yes.
And no one accosted you at Heathrow before you boarded the plane, or on the plane. Nobody even mentioned the coat.
No one.
But the minute you got off the plane at Kennedy International, this Simone Laveau...
Well, not the minute I got off the plane. First, I went to the florist to buy the flower... The rose I said I'd wear so you'd recognize me.
Yeah, but just after that...
She came up to me and asked to buy the coat and got very upset when I said I wouldn't sell it. I mean, practically began to tear it off me.
I just don't get it. We know there was nothing hidden in the coat. No invisible message, nothing. But we do know that Simone Laveau was a foreign agent. Now, there's just got to be some connection between the coat and her being a foreign agent. There's got to be.
Hank, dear, why don't we forget it till after we've had dinner? We're all so tired and upset.
Yeah, you're right. Go and get ready, and we'll take off for Antonelli's, huh?
I won't be long.
All right.
What? Who are you? What are you doing there?
Rose, what is it?
Hank?
What's the matter? What?
There's a man here in my room. He's just fled. He's gone out the window.
It's too dark to see. He's probably down the fire escape by now. What was he doing?
Well, see for yourself. I mean, look at the mess he made of my dressing table. He was going through the drawers.
Your jewel case.
Well, there's junk jewelry, most of it.
Oh, this is all we need right now. A sneak thief on top of everything else. Check your things.
All
See
right.
what he got away with, if anything. Look, I'll call the police.
And to what, Mr. North, do I owe this royal treatment?
Royal treatment?
Well, a call from your secretary saying to meet you at 5 o'clock at this swank watering hole, and then the arrival by messenger of this absolutely lovely little nosegay with instructions to wear it.
Well, you leave tomorrow for England, and there's something I want to say to you. Something important. That's why I wanted to meet you here, alone and without Mother this time. And, well, as for the little nosegay, it's just a little something to make the occasion.
Well, here I am, wearing my most attractive suit and the nosegay. So what do you want to say?
Good afternoon. May I take your order?
Martini, Rose? Rose?
What?
Martini?
Oh, yes.
2 martinis, waiter. Very dry.
Yes, sir. Would Madame like me to take her jacket?
Take my jacket?
It's a bit warm in here this afternoon, and I thought...
No, thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
Certainly, Madame. 2 martinis.
Well, now, Rose, what I wanted to say... Something wrong?
No. I was just wondering if I'd seen that waiter somewhere before.
Oh, not likely. Well, now,
Yes. Well, now what?
Rose, we've only known each other for a few weeks, but in that short time, I've fallen in love with you, and I want you to marry me. Will you?
Of course.
Of course. Just like that?
What did you expect me to say? Oh, sir, this is so sudden.
No, but...
I'm in love with you too, Hank. Head over heels.
Oh, Rose. Well, I guess it's time then for me to give you this.
Oh, Hank. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, darling, that diamond must have cost a fortune.
You're worth a fortune. Hold out your hand. There.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Thank you so much.
Well, if that's only a sample, I've underrated you. You're worth a queen's ransom.
Yeah, sir. 2 martinis.
Ah, thank you.
1 for Madame. Oh, Madame, I'm sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
Oh, forgive me, Madame, forgive me. One of those things, it just slipped from my fingers, but allow me, I will take care of everything. Let me have the jacket, Madame, and I will dry it in the kitchen.
It's all right. I can wipe it with my napkin.
No, Madame, it is my fault. You must allow me.
Please, will you take your hands off me? I said
But I insist.
All right, now, will you stop?
I only wish.
Well, the lady doesn't wish. Now, just forget it and bring another martini.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry this happened, darling. Are you sure you... Rose, what...
That waiter.
What about him?
I remember now. Why does he want this coat? This jacket?
What?
First he wanted me to take it off, pretending it was hot in here. And spilling that drink just now was no accident. He did it deliberately.
Rose, I don't understand.
Hank, he is the man who caused that accident on our way from the airport. The man who tried to rip the leopard skin coat off me. Oh, Hank, what is this all about?
Ah, that's your flight they just called. Now have a good trip home, Rose, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again in a week or 10 days, dear.
Quicker than that, Aunt Ruth, if I can wind up my affairs in London sooner. Oh, don't look so down in the mouth, darling.
No, I don't like even letting you out of my sight, Rose, especially after last night. That waiter...
It'll be all right, darling, don't worry. Oh, and thank you for the rose.
That's our flower, like, our song. You arrive wearing a rose, you depart wearing one. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Dearest. Goodbye, Aunt Ruth.
Not goodbye, Rose. Au revoir. Now, don't worry about the wedding now. I'll arrange everything.
Oh, you're a dear. I'll see you in a week. 10 days at most. At most.
Now, shall we go out and watch the takeoff, Hank? Son?
Could that be it? Could it?
Could what be what, Hank? What are you talking about?
The coat she was wearing when she arrived. The jacket she was wearing last night. Good Lord! The jacket she's wearing now. Could it be that?
Hank, what in the world are you...
I've been thinking. What did Lieutenant Maxwell mean when he said, just before he died, said, the coat, not. Now I know it wasn't the coat at all. It wasn't the jacket. If I'm right, they are after...
What? Hank, after what?
The flower pinned to Rose's lapel, Mother. Not the coat, not the jacket. The flower.
Well, airborne at last and headed for dear old England, young lady.
Oh, yes.
Since we're seated next to each other, let me introduce myself. Emil Tenko.
Rose Corbin.
Have you been visiting in the States long?
Not really. A few weeks. I'm going to... how did you know that?
Well, how did I know?
Well, that I was visiting in the States. I could be living there. I could be an American citizen for all you know.
I assumed your accent.
Who are you? Behind those dark glasses?
You're a very perceptive young woman, Miss Corbin. No, don't. Not a move. Or I'll give you what I gave Simone Laveau. That's it. No quick moves, no panic. Good. Just relax now. Enjoy the trip. I will be at Heathrow Airport before you know it.
Enjoy the trip.
I would if I were you. It's the last trip you're ever going to make.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well?
We're to go to the operations office at once. He said he'd have a government agent there by then. Come on.
Why won't you tell me?
There is no need for you to know.
Since you're going to kill me when we get to Heathrow.
No, not at Heathrow. I'll take you to my place in London, in Soho. And really, I'm sorry about the need to kill you, but I must.
Why? Why must you?
Because you know my face, and in my business, that's a serious liability for the victim. But be of good cheer. The more I look at you, the more I'm inclined to let you live for some little time.
I don't understand.
You're a very desirable woman, Miss Corbin. Very desirable.
Yes, Hank, what?
The government men said to wait here.
Yes, but...
They're going to radio the pilot.
Oh.
I gave them as clear a description of the man, the guy who tried to get the coat from Rose in that accident on the bridge and who palmed himself off as a waiter last night.
And then what?
Well, he'll check the plane. You know, the way the captain comes through the plane now and then, chats with the passengers.
Yes, and then...
Well, he'll check to see if this guy's on the plane, and if he is...
Yes, and if he is, what?
We'll take it from there, he said. The government man. We'll take it from there.
Did you enjoy the movie?
Are you joking?
No, just making small talk.
If you must talk, why not tell me what it is you want? Why did you cause that accident on the Triborough Bridge and try to get the jacket I had on last night? What is it you're after?
Patience, Miss Corbin. We'll be landing at the Heathrow in half an hour. Another hour or so, we'll be at my place in Soho. And perhaps an hour or so after that, I'll tell you. And perhaps not.
Are you sure that...
Mother, there are at least a dozen plainclothes police and government men down there disguised as airport attendants. The minute they disembark, there. Oh. They've rolled the landing platform in place. The door is opening.
Yes, well, that man, whoever he is, discovers that this isn't Heathrow.
But don't worry, everything has been arranged. There they are. Rose and the man. There's the captain right behind them. Oh. And they're walking right into the arms of... Rose, a fool! He put up a fight! It was as simple as that, Rose. I mean, the captain turned the plane around and circled Kennedy International for a few hours, pretending you were flying to Heathrow.
You fooled me, but not him. Halfway down the steps of that landing platform, he realized...
And you foolishly tried to shoot things out. Oh, I know. I suppose I ought to feel sorry for him, but I just...
It's understandable.
Oh, it's all just unbelievable. When I think that because I said I'd wear a rose and bought one at the airport when I arrived...
The attendant at the florist shop, an agent who'd been planted there, would never have mistaken you for Simone Laveau and pinned that rose to your lapel with, well, I guess you could call it the fatal pin.
Now, you know, I'm still not sure I've got this straight, dear. Now, let me see. She, on her way to Paris, was to go into the florist shop wearing a leopard skin coat and ask for a rose, right? Now, that was the agent's cue to use the, what you called the fatal pin.
Exactly. See, Emil Tenko knew he was under surveillance, and so he had a problem. I mean, how to get that top secret information out of the country.
So he had it engraved on the head of a pin. You know, Aunt Ruth, the way they engraved the Lord's Prayer on a pinhead. The trouble began when the agent thought that I was Simone Laveau on her way to Paris, wearing an almost identical leopard skin coat to mine.
And naturally, when Rose threw the rose away after it wilted, she kept the pin and used it again last night to pin on the nosegay I gave her.
Well, it's all over, and thank heaven it is. Rose, how about some dinner?
I'm starving. But before we go, I am going to change out of this suit into a dress. Oh, and Hank, dear...
Yes, sweetheart.
No flowers, please. Not for a long, long time. No flowers, please.
And so, as you see, like all good, seemingly insoluble mysteries, the solution to Roses Are for Funerals was very simple indeed. In fact, I even gave you a clue in the title. What could be fairer than that? I'll be back shortly. Mysteries, it seems to me, are like a magic show. Like the magician, the author shows you everything, but directs your attention elsewhere. Perhaps I should say misdirects it. So be on your guard next time. Oh, yes, there will be a next time. And although I'll always play 100% fair with you, I warn you now, I'll do all I can to mislead you. Can you blame me? Our cast included Carol Shelley, Tony Roberts, Mildred Clinton, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Rescue workers near Saigon have resumed their search for more bodies of Vietnamese orphans killed when a giant U.S. Air Force plane crashed while trying to airlift them to the United States. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. At least 178 persons died when the C-5A plane crashed shortly after takeoff from Saigon, and it's feared the death toll could go to 200. There were 319 persons aboard the plane. Military sources in Washington say there is a possibility of sabotage, but a U.S. Embassy spokesman in Saigon says everything points to mechanical failure. The American effort to take orphan refugees out of war-torn South Vietnam will continue. A Pentagon spokesman said late Friday night that 4 Air Force C-141 Starlifters will arrive in Saigon sometime Saturday morning to pick up a total of 406 orphans and escorts. In a speech in San Francisco Friday night, President Ford vowed to continue the mercy flights of refugees from Vietnam.
I can assure you that we are taking all possible humanitarian measures to relieve the innocent civilian refugees in South Vietnam. We are also providing for the safety of all Americans in the battle zone.
The president spoke to a civic group in San Francisco. More news in a moment.
See if you can identify these sounds. Squeaky door? Lion growling. A motor scooter. Cow mooing? Spanish dancer. If you agreed with these guesses, you've been fooled, because each sound was made by a whale. That's right, a great big blubbery old whale just buzzing and clicking and grunting away deep down in the ocean. The National Audubon Society has joined a world effort to save these amazing animals from extinction. We need your help. To find out what you can do, write National Audubon Society, 953rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022.
With the communists threatening the entire country, South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thu has announced formation of a new government, which he terms a war government. Thu also said if the United States does not continue military aid to South Vietnam, Americans will earn the label of traitors. Senator Adlai Stevenson, Democrat of Illinois, says he is against any more aid to the South Vietnamese government.
Continued support for the Thu regime is the one certain means of assuring a communist military takeover in South Vietnam. That regime could not win the war with 500,000 American troops. It has not lacked arms and the equipment. The level of supply from the United States in the last year has exceeded by a ratio of almost 2 to 1 the level of support from the Russians and from the communist Chinese for its adversaries.
Senator Adlai Stevenson. Walt Rostow, an advisor to the late President Lyndon Johnson, says the United States should consider an invasion of North Vietnam and occupying part of that country with U.S. Marines. Rostow says that could force the communists to honor the 1973 Paris Peace Agreement. The military situation continues to deteriorate in Cambodia. Government units have now abandoned positions east and north of the capital, Phnom Penh. Heavy fighting is reported along the southern perimeter, Phnom Penh, and Army troops from outlying areas are being called in to help defend the capital. 2 more plane loads of U.S. Embassy personnel were flown out of Phnom Penh Friday. AFL-CIO President George Meany says the unemployment situation is even worse than the figures indicate. Meany says there are about 1 million people who've dropped out of the workforce because of discouragement after going without jobs for a long time. Friday, the government reported another 500,000 people were out of work in March, with the jobless rate totaling 8.7%. It's the highest unemployment in 34 years. President Ford says he'll ask Congress to extend unemployment benefits for another 13 weeks. This would give most workers eligible for jobless benefits a maximum of 65 weeks of payments. Now this.
The Movies, 1975. Hi, I'm Lee Jordan, inviting you to the wonderful world of the movies, 1975. Ellen Burstyn's been nominated for an Academy Award for her role in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. She told me why she chose this role over many other offers.
I was looking for a script for a long time from while I was shooting The Exorcist, and I didn't like any of the ones that they were submitting to me. And they were not scripts from the woman's point of view. They were, any part in them for a woman was a traditional role of the wife of the man, or the mistress of the man, or the daughter of the man, or something. And this was the only one I found that was really, I felt, from a woman's point of view.
Ellen Burstyn, an Academy Award hopeful, one of many Hollywood stars you'll hear on The Movies, 1975. 30 special broadcast this weekend over the CBS Radio Network.
An Athens newspaper reports the will of the late Aristotle Onassis has been opened and read to his closest heirs. The report says the will was read in strict secrecy and only members of the family know its contents. Onassis, who died March 15th in Paris, left an estate estimated at about $1 billion. Doug Poling, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre. Sit back and lend us your fears. Have you ever seen a ghost? It is an experience of such horror as to turn your blood to ice. Oh, I know, there are those who scoff, but they have never met a ghost. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Driver, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Augusta Dabney and Mason Adams. Do ghosts exist? Mel Stout doesn't think so, but his wife Liz feels differently. If it had been up to Liz, they'd never have bought Gormley Lodge on top of Manitou Mountain in Colorado. Why? Because according to the local legend, the former owners, the Putnams, had been sent crashing to their death by a ghost driver who came at them head on. Now, in the living room of the lodge...
Liz, I've had it up to here with that brother of yours. I mean, he promised to help finish painting his living room before the Duncans arrived tonight, and where is he? I'll tell you where he is. He is out on the slope skiing, enjoying himself as usual.
Well, do you just be reasonable. Now, if we didn't have Rory, where would we get a ski instructor, I'd like to know? We certainly can't afford to hire one, any more than we could afford to have this place painted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I've got so darn much on my mind. Liz, I just hope that I haven't made the mistake of my life and yours.
We'll make a go of the lodge. We're off to a pretty good start. The Duncans arrive tonight, and they're booked for a full week. And the Todds and the Morgans arrive next week.
Yeah, and after that?
Well, darling, our newspaper ads ought to get us more customers. Just ask yourself, darling, what would you rather be doing now? Painting the living room of your own ski lodge with paying guests arriving tonight? Or slaving away at your old accounting job in Aspen?
Well, at least that brought a check in every week.
Oh, Mel, you've wanted to be your own boss for years. And so we bought this old mansion on top of Manitou Mountain to start our own ski lodge. The old Gormley Mansion. And we're going to keep at it until we make a success of it.
Liz, you're marvelous.
Oh, there's somebody at the front door. I'll get it. Oh, Mrs. Gormley.
Come to pay you a visit, Miss Stout. My first formal visit.
Well, that's very good of you, Mrs. Gormley. Well, won't you come in?
All right, Jason. You heard the lady. Wheel me in.
Yes, Mother.
You know my son, Jason? You've met?
Yes, briefly. Mel, the Gormleys have come to pay a visit.
Nice to see you, Mrs. Gormley. Jason, hope you don't mind if I finish this painting.
Oh, go right ahead. I'd give you a hand, old as I am, but my arthritis keeps me in this wheelchair. Jason, why don't you...
No, thanks. I couldn't think of asking a fine arts painter to
Fine art. You hear that, Jason? Mr. Stout complimented you. Called the mountain scenes you paint fine art.
Well, they are. Why, I saw some of them in the ski shop in town. They're very good. Do you sell many?
A few.
Oh, just enough to cover the cost of the paint and canvas. Oh, yes, and a quart of whiskey now and then.
Mother, please.
Well, now, if they don't hear it from me, Jason, they'll hear it from others.
A drink now and then.
Now and then. Tell the Stouts how you play Russian roulette with that old revolver of your father's when you're drunk.
Stop it, Mother, stop it.
Perhaps you'd like some coffee, Mrs. Gormley, or tea. It won't take a minute.
No, thank you. We won't be here that long. Now, I've come to do for you what I did for the Putnams. Them that bought my house out from under me 3 years ago.
Out from under you? Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that we have done that? Forced you out of your house?
Well, haven't you? Oh, it's not your fault. Jason's father left us destitute. Left me destitute, I should say. with a son too lazy to support his old mother. So I had to sell this beautiful place.
Mother, the Stouts aren't interested in all this past history.
Well, they'd better be, if they value their lives.
Value our lives?
Well, Mr. Halliday didn't tell you, of course.
Tell us what?
About how the Putnams met their death.
Why, yes. The real estate man told us about the accident.
That was no accident. No more than my husband's death was an accident.
He died in the same way? His car crashed off the bridge into the gorge?
Right. 800 feet down into the gorge, to the rocks 800 feet below. But no accident. Suicide.
The Putnams didn't commit suicide.
Not them. My husband, Jason Sr., raving drunk and suicidal, but theirs was no accident either, the Putnams. He drove them off that bridge. Who? My husband.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Gormley. If your husband was dead...
Hi, I'm back.
Oh, sure. Naturally, Rory. Now, the painting job is nearly done.
Oh, now, don't get uptight, Mel. I just didn't remember it till I was out on the slopes. Hi, Mrs. Gormley. Jason. Paying a little social call?
Anything but social.
Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that your husband, even though he was dead, somehow killed the Putnams?
Liz, come on now.
All right, I'll tell you. After my husband's death, when I realized I'd been left penniless, that I'd have to sell this place, I fell into a state of depression. When the Putnams bought Gormley Lodge, well, they were going to use it as a winter home, not turn it into a ski resort like you. When they bought it, and I had to move into the little guest house, I was so sad I thought I'd die. For days and days I sat and wept, and then one night, my husband come to me.
Your husband? You dreamed?
It was no dream. Oh, it was my husband. His ghost.
Oh, for the love...
Rory.
Stood at the foot of my bed, and he begged my forgiveness for leaving me a pauper and breaking my heart. And he said, Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley House again. And then he vanished. The very next night, the Putnams crashed through the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Well, accidents do happen.
It was no accident. No, the real estate man didn't tell you the whole story. Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell just what had happened. You can ask the sheriff. The Putnams didn't go off the bridge by accident. They were driven off it. Forced to swerve off it by an oncoming car. A car driven by a skeleton.
Good heavens.
That's what I wanted to tell you. And now you know. Good day.
Well, what kind of a put-on is this? She's trying to scare us out of here.
I'm trying to save your lives.
You're trying to get back into this house. That's what you're doing. Just the way you moved back after the Putnams got killed and lived here a full 3 years until now.
Rory, have some respect.
Respect? No way. She may be old, but she's as shrewd as they come. She frightens you off, then moves back in again and stays until some other sucker comes along.
I warn you.
Just let us know when your husband's ghost shows up again.
It did.
What?
Last night.
Oh, man, this is the neatest ripoff.
Shut up, Rory. Will you... Your husband's ghost? Last night?
Yes. And he used the same words. Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley Lodge again. Oh, I beg you, listen to me. The Putnams wouldn't and went to their death.
Oh, Mrs. Gormley, you're really out of sight.
You so smart. You're so sure of yourself. You think he isn't watching and listening, my husband? Do you think he doesn't know how you insulted me? Do you think he'll not repay you? Oh, yes. If people are to die this time, too, you will be the first. Now be warned. Jason, wheel me back. Be warned.
Rory, you shouldn't have talked to Mrs. Gormley like that.
You didn't spring for that crazy story, did you?
I don't know. I wonder.
What, Liz?
Mel, call the sheriff. Find out if Mrs. Gormley's telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Liz. I look like a fool. Anyhow, I've got to finish this paint job. What? Liz, you're not...
I must find out.
Suit yourself. You always do.
Sheriff Harper speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, this is Elizabeth Stout calling. We're the new owners of Gormley House.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mrs. Stout?
Well, we just had a visit from Mrs. Gormley.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Stout, only she can be a little hard to take, getting on in years.
Yes, well, what I wanted to ask you. Of course, you remember the accident to the Putnams 3 years ago, crashing off the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Yes, I remember.
Well, according to Mrs. Gormley, Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell you what had caused the accident. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
And what did she tell you?
Well, now, Mrs. Stout, she was near death. Maybe out of her head with pain and shock.
What did she tell you, Sheriff? Did she tell you that they had been forced to swerve off the bridge because of another car that came straight at them? A car with a skeleton driving it?
Well, as I said, she was out of her
Did
head.
she?
Yes, that's the story she told me.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So?
Mrs. Gormley told the truth.
The Putnam woman was dying. Anybody in that condition is liable to say anything.
I suppose.
Now, look, just get off it, Liz. We put our life savings, every cent we've got in this place, and I'm not leaving, ghost or no ghost. Well, Well, speaking of leaving, I'd better get on down into Manitou and pick up the Duncans at the airport.
It's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory.
This is some road, Rory. You drive it often? In the dark, I mean?
A few times, Mr. Duncan.
It's frightfully steep and curvy.
Now, don't push the panic button, Mrs. Duncan. I'll get you to the top of Manitou Mountain safe enough. You'll be enjoying a hot toddy in front of the fireplace at Gormley Lodge before you know it.
Maybe you better slow down a little.
Oh, it's okay. That was just a patch of loose shale. You much of a skier, Mr. Duncan?
Oh, I do okay. My wife will need some lessons, though. I take it Gormley Lodge has a pro.
Oh, the best.
Me? Well, fine. Say, this road is steep and curvy. Must be pretty spectacular. Views, I mean, in the daytime.
It's spectacular enough right now, what I can see in the headlights.
We've got some views, all right. Here's one. It's real cool. From the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Steep?
800 feet straight down. Yeah, it's too bad there isn't a moon tonight. I'd stop on the bridge and let you have a look.
What's that sound?
We're crossing the bridge now. A wooden bridge over Gormley Gorge. About 500 feet across. Hey,
what's the lights of a car coming fast? That damn fool is coming straight at us.
Get over!
It's a skeleton!
A skeleton driving that car! Hey, we're going off the bridge!
Have you ever seen a ghost? I asked you. Well, if you haven't seen one before, you've seen one now. I don't know about you, but I'd like to take a break to, well, steady my nerves. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. If you have the nerve to return, that is. Terror, unless you have experienced it, is only a word. I could employ all the art at my command, my voice, the words I choose, to convey to you the full impact of terror. Yet, I know I should fail, even as Michael Duncan fails now in telling his story to Sheriff Harper on the bridge over Gormley Gorge the next morning.
Terror? You say you experienced terror?
What would you experience, Sheriff? Delight?
Mr. Duncan, I'm only trying to get at what happened here last night.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Stout, what is it?
Will it be much longer before they get the bodies up?
Hard to say. Why?
I'd like to get back to the lodge. My wife is alone, and you can imagine her condition after hearing of her brother's death.
say nothing of how it happened.
Sure, you go ahead. I'll let you know when you're needed to identify the bodies. I'm sorry about your brother-in-law, Mr. Stout, and the publicity.
Publicity?
And this is the second time the ghost driver has struck.
Ghost driver?
And the news has got out. I hear they're sending reporters over from Aspen.
That's great. That's just what I need. That'll end my ski resort business for good. Not that it ever got started.
Wait a few minutes and I'll ride back up with you. Nothing I can do either till they recover Jill's body.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. Duncan. You can give me a full account.
Now, look, Sheriff, I've told you all I know. We were driving across this bridge when we saw this other car coming straight at us. Stout's brother-in-law was driving. He swerved to avoid the oncoming car and went through the guardrail. In the split second between swerving and going through the rail, I leapt clear and saved myself. I wish I could say the same for that boy and Jill, my wife.
About the skeleton at the wheel of the other car.
Why do you keep harping on that?
Because it's something to harp on. If you saw a skeleton driving that car...
I didn't.
You said...
I know what I said, but I've got to be wrong. I couldn't have seen what I thought I did.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in skeletons driving cars. I don't believe in ghosts.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Duncan. All I'm after is a complete report. The fact.
All you're after is the publicity you're going to get out of this. Put you on the map, won't it, Sheriff? Why, you might even get a job in one of the big Colorado ski resorts like Aspen or Vail.
That'll be enough, Mr. Duncan. You can go. I'll phone the lodge when I need you.
Mrs. Gormley.
Well, invite me in, Miss Stout.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm surprised to see that you're not in a wheelchair.
Oh, it depends on how bad my arthritis kicks up. Sometimes I can walk with a cane, like now.
I see.
Is your husband home?
No, he's down at the bridge with Mr. Duncan.
Oh, the feller whose wife got killed, huh?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about your brother, too. Even though he asked for it.
Mrs. Gormley,
Your
I just
brother's
can't talk
dead
about it.
because he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't heed my warning. Now you listen, child. You heed my warning. Make your husband listen and take warning, too. You leave this place. Leave it today.
Don't think I wouldn't. We wouldn't if we could. But we can't. All our savings are tied up in Gormley Lodge.
Listen to me, listen. Now, my dead husband came to me again last night. And he promised me again I'd return to this house.
You love this old house, don't you?
Well, it was my life. You're a woman. You understand how that is.
Yes.
I came here a bride 40 years ago. Jason, Senior, that is. He was just starting his career as a painter. Jason, my son, was born here. There was another child, a little girl. She died here. No, this house isn't made of wood and stone.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think they've come back. Yes. My husband and Mr. Duncan are back.
And I'll go then.
Oh, well, Mrs. Gormley, I'm going to put some coffee on. You stay. Have a cup.
No. I can't bear to go on looking at people who I know are going to die.
What's this? Die? Who's going to die now?
You are, Mr. Stout. You and your wife. If you don't heed my warning and leave as soon as possible.
Now, what's all this, Stout? Who is this woman?
Jessica Gormley used to own this place.
Oh, the woman you told me about. The one who claims her husband's ghost visits her.
I don't just claim it. It's true. Who are you?
My name's Michael Duncan.
Oh, yes. The one whose wife went to her death in the gorge last night. Well, you take my advice, too. You leave here. Leave as fast as you can.
How about a drink, Stout?
Oh, so you two won't listen. The ghost driver killed your wife last night, and yet you won't listen. Well, let me warn you once and for all.
What was that?
A shot. It was a gunshot.
Jason! Oh, it's happened. He's killed himself.
She's fallen. Liz, help her up and keep her here. Duncan, you come with me.
Yeah, Mr. Stout. What do you want?
Ah, you're okay, Jason.
We heard a gunshot.
What of it?
Well, we've heard of you and your little games like Russian roulette, and we thought that
I'd shot myself? No such luck. Come in if you want to.
Oh, the gunshot we heard.
I fired it. Deliberately.
You fired that shot deliberately?
You ask a lot of questions for someone I haven't even met.
It's Mike Duncan. He and his wife are to be my first guests. It was his wife who got killed last night.
Oh. I'm sorry. How did you escape?
Flung myself from the car just before it went through the guardrail.
Well, you'd better keep an eye out for the old man's ghost. He'll be after you.
Mr. Gormley, I don't believe in ghosts. Now, why did you fire that revolver?
What business is it? All right. I'll tell you. You'll think it's nutty.
I'm sure.
I've been playing Russian roulette with this gun for years. Ever since my father died. And I always win. Or lose, depending on how you look at it.
And how do you look at it, Jason?
I give it to you straight, Mr. Stout. I want to lose. For years now, I've picked up the gun. Like this. Oh, no, not every day. Maybe once a week. Once every other week. Whenever the mood comes on me. And I put it to my temple. Like this.
Wait a minute.
Don't worry. Gun's empty. I haven't put in a fresh bullet yet. You see, the reason I deliberately fired that bullet I had in this gun was to find out if the thing was a dud. It wasn't.
Too bad.
May I shake your hand, Mr. Duncan? You're the first man I've ever met who says what he thinks.
You want to kill yourself? Go ahead.
I like you. You do speak your mind. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to this painting of mine. By the way, what do you think of it?
Pretty lurid, isn't it?
That's just the right word for it, Mr. Stout. See? There's the car swerving and crashing through the bridge. The oncoming ghost car with the skeleton at the wheel. All in flaming color. I knock out one an hour. I slap a frame on it and I sell it in Manitou for $20. So excuse me, will you? Business is going to pick up, thanks to last night. And I want to be ready to supply the demand.
It's been a rough 24 hours, Miss Stout. It's a nice chair. Just right for sitting in front of a fire. Cost you plenty, I'll bet.
Yes, plenty. But that isn't what I'm thinking about.
You're thinking about your brother and my wife lying in their coffins at the undertakers in Manitou.
Yes, and also that even a small village like Manitou has an undertaker.
Birth, death, taxes. The only sureties in life, Mrs. Stout.
Liz.
Mike. I like your husband.
Me too.
He told me about everything. About what getting this ski resort means to you. Your life savings invested, all that.
All down the drain, I'm afraid.
The publicity?
What else? Every reservation's canceled. Well, all except one. But that'll come in, too.
It has, Liz.
Yes?
There it is. Please cancel my reservation for next week, Frank Norton. As a family of 4. Telegram phoned in from Aspen. Anybody got a sponge?
A sponge?
So I can throw it in. I'm through, Mike.
You always give up this easy?
What do you mean, easy?
Just that. Do you always fade when the going gets tough? Well, this is the time to start fighting. Does it make good sense to let all this go down the drain because somebody's playing a trick on you? A murderous trick?
Do you think it's a trick?
What else could it be? A skeleton driving a ghost car? What else but a trick? Well, what else?
You were in that car last night. You saw, and it was a skeleton behind the wheel of the oncoming car. You told the sheriff that. You can still say that
it was a trick, yes.
What kind of trick?
Damn it, Mike, you admit you saw a skeleton driving a car, but you can still call it a trick? See, I see you don't answer.
Look, Mel, I'm a practical man, a businessman. You think being a businessman is simple? Oh, no. I've had troubles that would make yours look like nothing. Today you won't find anybody more successful than me. But I've been bankrupt twice. Yes, and paid off every cent. How? Well, not by running away the way you want to, but by standing up and fighting. And that's what you've got to do right now.
How? You tell me how, and I'll do it.
Look, we'll do it together. I've got a stake in this, too, you know. My wife is dead. Murdered. Yes, murdered. Not by a ghost, but by a trick. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to find out who played that trick and make him pay.
And you don't think it's a ghost?
Do you? Answer me. Do you believe in ghosts? Did you believe before you came here and ran into this mess you're in?
Well, no, I didn't.
Then why start believing now? Ha! Ghosts, my foot. Mel, this is a trick. Somebody wants to stop you from turning Gormley Lodge into a ski resort. And if you ask me, it's the Gormleys. One or the other or both is behind all this. Or that sheriff down in Manitou.
The sheriff? Oh, Mike, you don't really think that the
I don't know what to think, Liz. All I know is that somebody's behind this, and those are the three likeliest suspects. Now, look, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I've got a brain, and I've got guts, and well, my wife is dead, my Jill. Well, I'm just going to find out who killed her, that's all.
Tough as they are.
You like a drink, Mike?
No, thanks. I'll be okay. Especially when I nail that murderer.
What have you got in mind?
Well, it'll be dark in about an hour. We take the car, Mel, you and me. We take the car, and we drive up and down that road, all night if necessary, to meet up with this so-called ghost driver. And when and if we meet up with him...
Yes? If and when you meet up with him, what?
We don't turn aside. We don't swerve out of his path and off the bridge. We drive straight at him and keep driving at him. If he's a ghost in a ghost car... we'll drive through him.
And if he isn't?
If he isn't? Well, if he isn't, it'll be one hell of a crash.
You out there listening, what would you do? If you were Mel Stout, would you accept Mike Duncan's challenge? If you were Liz Stout, would you let your husband accept it? It can mean his death, you know. What exactly would you do? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Two men are now driving the twisting, precipitous mountain road that leads to Gormley Lodge. One, Mike Duncan, believes that the ghost driver they hope to meet is nothing but a trick. Mel Stout, his life savings, every penny at stake, has had no choice but to go along.
Mike, I'm bushed. Let's make this the last trip.
We're going to drive up and down this road till dawn. Yes, and night after night if we have to. Until we meet up with our so-called ghost driver.
This is the 6th time we've been up and down this mountain road.
Okay. Pull over. I'll drive. Get out your side. I'll slip behind the wheel.
Yeah. Hey, there's a car coming up behind us. Red light flash. That must be the sheriff. That's the sheriff, all right.
Mr. Stout. Oh, and you, Mr. Duncan.
What are you doing here, Sheriff?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. I got a report from Mountain View House across the valley there that they were seeing headlights going up and down this road. Guess I don't have to tell you everybody around here's on edge after what happened last night. Now, what are you up to?
We're not up to anything, Sheriff. We're driving this road in hopes of meeting up with whoever or whatever killed my wife and Mr. Stout's brother-in-law.
Get yourselves killed in the bargain? Oh, no. You drive on up to Gormley Lodge, and when you get there, stay there.
You make that sound like an order, Sheriff.
That's what it is, Mr. Stout.
Well, I guess we better do like he says, Mike.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. This is a public road. We've got a right to be on it. Unless we're doing something that breaks the law, and we're not.
You're a kind of troublemaker, Mr. Duncan, aren't you?
Sheriff, I never go looking for trouble, but I know how to handle it when it comes my way. Now, either you arrest us for breaking some law or other, in which case you'd better be prepared to back it up, or I'll sue the town of Manitou and you for false arrest, or get off our backs.
I'm not on your backs. I'm trying to save your lives. Take my advice.
Advice, huh? I thought it was an order.
All right, wise guy. Have it your way. Go ahead and get killed and be damned to you.
Let's go, Mel.
You can sure sound tough, Mike.
No small-town sheriff pushes me around.
Well, he's only trying to do his job.
Maybe. And maybe not.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But that's what we're going to find out. Tonight, tomorrow night, or whenever. Oh, there's the bridge ahead.
Yeah, maybe you better slow down.
No. If it's a ghost, we'll go through it. If it isn't...
Mike, headlights coming toward us.
Now, look, don't lose your nerve.
Coming closer. We're going to crash if you don't... Mike! Driving that car, it's Rory!
Your brother-in-law, my God!
Mel, Mike, I can't believe it.
Can't believe it myself, Liz. Not only what we saw, but getting out of it with our lives.
The fates were with us, Mel. I lost my nerve. I have to admit that. I just couldn't keep driving straight at that awful thing coming toward us. I couldn't help myself. I swerved at the last second.
Well, thank God we hit that stanchion instead of going off the bridge.
But Rory driving the other car, it's impossible. Rory's dead. We're burying him tomorrow.
Rory's dead, that's for sure. But it was Rory driving that car, that's for sure, too.
Then ghosts do exist? Mel?
Yes, hon?
After the funeral tomorrow, let's get out of here. Let's go away from this place as fast as we can.
And go where?
Back to Aspen, of course.
Liz, we're broke. We haven't enough dough left for a motel room. Where would we stay? How would we live?
Mel, I didn't know things were that bad for you.
Putting this place back in shape cost me just about every penny I had.
Well, look, would a loan help?
You'd be willing to...
Well, sure. I like you two, and, well, the way things turned out, we've gotten to know each other real fast. Practically friends. So, well, if you can use a loan...
That's generous of you, Mike.
It is generous of you, Mike, and I appreciate it, but... No, thanks.
What'll you do?
Do what you said I ought to do. Fight this thing.
Liz, Mike, if you ever come east, be sure to look me up.
We will, Mike.
Yes, of course.
You won't change your mind about the loan?
Can't. Would only be putting off what's bound to happen. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can find the answer to what goes on here. There's something bothering me, something I feel that I saw somewhere but didn't pay much attention to at the time.
Well, what about it, this something?
It's just something that's bothering me is all. Something that just could give me the answer to all of this.
Well, good luck. You deserve it. Oh, there's the taxi that's going to take me to the airport. Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Mike.
Bye-bye, Mike,
Bye.
and thanks. Well, we'd better get on back, Liz. Liz, you coming?
Yes. Mel, you better know it now. No matter what you intend to do, I won't be staying. Mel, we've got to face the facts. Buying this place was a big mistake. I admit it now. But there's no sense in crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. So, darling, let's just turn our backs on it, walk away from it, and start again.
Start what again? The treadmill of office work? The dreary day-to-day monotony of auditing accounts, toting up figures. I can't bear to go back to that kind of life. I have got to make a go of this. I don't have any other choice.
But is it worth your life? Ghost or no ghost, Mel, it's killed 4 people. It would have been 6 if you and Mike Duncan hadn't been lucky enough to hit that stanchion. And it will be 6 if you insist on driving that road again tonight.
6? How do you make it 6?
You don't think I'm going to let you do it alone, do you?
But at the funeral, you said that you weren't even going to stay.
Because I hoped that would change your mind. But it hasn't. So you see, I have no choice either.
It's just like last night with Mike. From the top of the mountain down to Manitou, then back up again, and no sign of him.
But he did show, finally.
And Mike lost his nerve, swerved aside at the last second. Let's hope I don't lose mine.
Will it matter?
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your nerve, we'll go off the bridge. If you don't, and the ghost car isn't a ghost car, we'll be killed in the crash.
If there is a crash, but there won't be.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am. Remember at the cemetery I told Mike there was something I had seen but hadn't paid any attention to?
Yes.
That if I could only remember what it was, I'd have the answer to all of this?
Yes.
Well, it's come to me. Driving up and down the mountain tonight, it suddenly came to me. See, it wasn't something I'd seen, it was something I'd heard and paid no attention to. Something I knew but didn't realize what it meant. And if I'm right, Liz, if I'm right...
What is it? What did you remember?
We're on the bridge now. Let me concentrate on driving.
Mel? Mel! Mel, there it is, the ghost car. It's coming straight for us.
Yes.
And behind the wheel, driving it, it's Rory! Oh, my God, it's Rory!
Oh, we buried Rory!
But then it's his ghost, Mel!
Get your hands off the wheel!
Mel,
don't try to turn the wheel!
We're gonna crash! Mel! Mel! Mel? What? What?
This time he swerved and he went off the bridge, just as I knew he would.
How? How did you know?
Later, Liz. Right now, we better get up to the lodge and phone the sheriff.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Gormley. Mel? Mrs. Gormley's here. Please, won't you sit down?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Gormley. I'm sorry about last night.
I'm not.
Mrs. Gormley, Jason was your son.
Oh, he was the torment of my life. Every day I lived. Of course, I'm sorry he's dead, but... I can only be glad it's over for me.
Did you know that your son was the ghost driver?
I suspected, but I was never sure. You see, it was Jason who wanted to go on living here in this house far more than I did. Oh, you can understand. He was born here. He grew up here. Started his painting career here in a fine, big studio upstairs.
Tragic. Just tragic.
Even more tragic if it hadn't been for you. How did you come to know? What made you realize that my son was the ghost driver?
A gunshot.
A gunshot?
The shot he fired to see whether the bullet he used for playing Russian roulette was live or not.
Well, I don't follow you.
You see, something kept bugging me, Mrs. Gormley, but I couldn't nail it down because I kept thinking it was something that I'd seen. But then suddenly I realized it wasn't something I'd seen, but something I'd heard. That gunshot.
I still don't...
It got me to thinking about Jason playing Russian roulette, playing with life and death. And that got me to thinking a step further. Sure, Russian roulette. Only a fool or a would-be suicide would play it. But the fact remains that the odds are in his favor. Every time Jason spun the barrel of that gun and pulled the trigger, the chances were 5 to 1 against firing the bullet.
Oh, but what was the connection between that and the ghost driver?
Driving a car straight at another car is just another form of Russian roulette.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, Sheriff Harper came to see me. And he said Jason was wearing a mask. A paper mache mask of your brother's face.
Yes, and it wasn't a very good likeness of my brother. But it didn't have to be. It looked enough like him to fool you when you saw it under those awful conditions. The night and the headlights and the car coming straight at you. Fear did the rest.
There must be another mask, the skeleton face.
Oh, there is. We searched the studio and we found it, Sheriff Harper and me. Yeah, well, it's all over. Jason's at peace at last. God knows I soon shall be. Well, good day. It's funny, though.
What, Mrs. Gormley?
Well, we've searched and we've searched, but we couldn't find a mask of my husband's face.
What made you think there was one?
Well, you see, when I heard about the masks, I thought it must have been Jason who came and stood at the foot of my bed. Not my husband's ghost. But if it wasn't Jason, who was it? What was it?
An interesting question. What was it indeed? Makes you wonder. Does the spirit live on? Are there such things as ghosts? Think about it. I'll be back shortly. I think you'll be glad to know that Mel and Liz made a go of Gormley Lodge and are today the owners of a successful ski resort. Old Mrs. Gormley passed on a few years ago. When the guest cottage was renovated, a really thorough search was made for that mask of Jason Sr.'s face, but no sign of it was ever found. Curious. Very. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Mason Adams, Mary Jane Higby, Norman Rose, Nick Pryor, and Leon Janney. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Together, we explore the strange and fascinating worlds of the unexplained, the mysteries that hide behind reality. They exist, as we know, in dreams, uncanny perceptions, and sometimes in coincidences that we attribute to fate. When Ethel Brooks, an attractive woman of 43, prepared to debark with her husband Harold at Southampton after a voyage from New York, she was nervous and distracted. He was not unaccustomed to such spells, and being a kind man, spoke sympathetically to her.
Is the headache again, darling?
You must be tired of them, Hal. No, it's not a headache.
You're overly excited. Returning to your childhood home after almost 40 years.
No, it's more than that. I don't know how to say it, Hal. I have a premonition.
About what?
I sense... I really can't explain it. That we'd be wise to go home. There's something dreadful waiting for me. at Round Tor.
Our mystery story, The Empty Coffin, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Tony Roberts and Carol Teitel. I'll return shortly with Act One. No one in my experience leads an entirely serene life. Happiness is relative. You cannot avoid worry and disappointment. Each of us must face his share of trouble. That certainly is true of those we think of as normal. But what about others who are not just normal? What about Mrs. Brooks and her premonition? I'm sure that you've had hunches, some good and others bad, but premonitions? Late one afternoon, in the paneled office of Dr. Dunbar, a psychiatrist, Ethel Brooks leans forward in a chair, hesitates, and then softly asks,
Am I mad, Doctor?
Tell me why you ask.
Well, my husband told you that
No. All he told me when he made this appointment was that you have suffered for many years from severe headaches.
Physically, there's nothing the matter with me. I guess you'd call it, hallucinations. One, not many.
And tell me about yours, Mrs. Brooks.
I always knew that I was born in England. Oh, well, not at first. Later. I was very small at the time of the Blitz.
Ah, you were brought to America. To Providence?
Well, no one told me, but I knew. And when I was older, I'd been adopted from an orphanage. I'd go into a dreamy state, and I could see myself and other children on a big ship, and then landing after many days at sea with everything all black.
With the family that adopted you?
Oh, they were wonderful people. Carl and Agnes Anderson. They knew nothing about me. I grew up as Ethel Anderson. They took me in. They were wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you grew older, did you try to trace your history?
No, it wasn't possible. All kinds of records were destroyed in the bombings.
Oh, of course.
When I was in my teens, I began to have these visions. And after every experience, I'd have a really bad headache.
Now, in those visions...
Well, that's when I saw myself on the ship. It was blacked out.
Did you see anything else?
Yes, I did. I saw myself in Cornwall in Devonshire, and I lived in a great house near Camelford. Oh, that's near Camelot, you know.
I didn't know. That's interesting. Did you ever return to England?
No, I've lived in Providence since the time I was 4. If I ever really knew my name, I don't now, and neither do the Andersons.
But what about the orphanage?
Closed. I didn't want to hurt the Andersons by inquiring about me through whoever ran it. Anyway, the woman who ran it died years ago.
Well, that's a remarkable story, Mrs. Brooks. Your hallucinations are real. I can tell you one thing. They will persist until you drive them from your mind. And so will those headaches. My advice is go to Camelford and satisfy yourself about your roots. Once you've done that, you'll be well.
Read this, Doctor.
Well, for heaven's sake, the past has come to you.
Yes, first in my visions, and now in fact.
Interesting, Mrs. Brooks. This letter from Camelford about your real father's death.
I'm tempted to tear it up, Doctor.
Ethel?
Oh, hello, darling. Oh, don't squeeze so hard. Don't forget, Hal, I'm a mental case.
Is that what Dr. Dunbar told you? Seriously, what did he have to say? Come, sit down. Did you like him?
Very much.
You told him everything?
And I showed him this.
Oh. Who's the letter from?
Begin with the envelope.
From England.
Read.
It's from a solicitor. That means attorney over here.
Mm-hmm. Even lawyer.
Well, let's see what he has to say.
He says quite a lot.
Ethel, this is wonderful. They found you. You're an heiress. Forgive me, darling. I'm sorry about your father.
I don't even remember him, Hal. Carl Anderson is my father. Well, now I know my original name. Gill.
Ethel Gill. I'll be darned. After all these years. And Tobias Gill's estate passes to you. Well, where the devil has he been all these years?
I don't know. The lawyer, Mr. Nelson, who sent the letter, might. I really don't know. Isn't that strange?
Yes, it's spooky. In those dreams of yours, did you ever see him?
No, only the house near Camelford. I can't explain it, Hal, and neither could Dr. Dunbar, but he accepts it.
And the name of the place is Round Tor. Tor?
Mm-hmm. A hill, a craggy hill. Cornwall's pretty rugged country.
Well, this calls for a celebration. We'll go out to dinner and talk over plans.
Plans for what?
My real estate brokerage can take care of itself for a few weeks.
What's got into you?
England, Cornwall, Camelford. We'll go by ship and have a wonderful vacation for 3 or 4 weeks.
Have you taken leave of your
We can
senses?
afford it easily. If you...
Hal, I intend to write to Mr. Nelson and tell him to sell the estate for whatever it is.
No, sirree. I want to evaluate that house and the land myself. Oh, maybe it's so wonderful we won't want to sell it.
Oh, but really...
I am determined to make the trip. Besides, aren't you curious to see where you grew up? What's the matter with you, my dear? Why the frown?
It's just that after all these years, I just don't like, rooting around in the past.
But it's interesting, and it's your history.
I know, but...
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll speak to Dr. Dunbar and...
You don't have to. He thinks I should visit Round Tor. He thinks that if I go there, my hallucinating may stop.
Thank the Lord.
He doesn't guarantee it, but he did tell me to go.
Well, then that's settled. We'll celebrate, and tomorrow I'll make arrangements for the voyage. Then you can write to Nelson.
Hal, dear.
Yes?
I don't know why it is, but I'm afraid.
Good morning, Ross.
Aye, that'd be Mr. Nelson. Good morning.
Are you well? And your family?
Oh, for a man of my age, I hold up pretty well. My wife and son are in vigorous health, thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you. The accounts are...
No, Ross. I wanted to see you on a personal matter. I have news. I have located Mr. Gill's daughter.
What? In heaven's name, Mr. Nelson, it can't be. It's well nigh 40 years.
It really is true, Ross.
Well, you've knocked me over, Mr. Nelson. Oh, it's joyous news. Mr. Gill told us that the child had been killed when the Nazis bombed London. My goodness, and I can't grasp it yet.
It was Mr. Gill who led me to the discovery. Shortly before he died, he told me that Ethel had been taken by ship from Liverpool to America.
His repentance came mighty late. It's a sad story, isn't it?
Tragic. Wife and child.
Mr. Gill and his lady and child left for London when the warning about an invasion came, and later he returned with her body. We buried it in the family plot, killed during a raid.
I heard the story from my father. But the child escaped. How, I don't know. Mr. Gill said that the child, along with many others, was taken by lorry to Liverpool. There they embarked for the States. The ship docked in Providence. A correspondent of mine consulted the British consul there, and together they managed to trace a number of English children who had been placed in an orphanage for adoption.
But why was Gil's daughter considered an orphan?
I don't know, Ross. I asked Gil, but he claimed that the child and the mother had been killed. There are no records.
Then if I might ask, how did you ever find Ethel Gill?
From records in Providence pertaining to adoption. We found out that the child had been adopted by a Carl and Agnes Anderson.
And there's no question that the woman who is returning here to Round Tor is Ethel Gill?
None whatsoever.
And her married name?
Brooks. Mrs. Harold Brooks.
Brooks.
I wrote to her when I was pretty certain that she was Gil's daughter. I received a reply late yesterday. She and her husband will land at Southampton in a few days. I don't know what she plans to do with the estate.
Well, I welcome her return. I've been caretaker and tenant farmer for almost 50 years. Round Tor has been my home. And if it's sold, I might be kept on. If not, I've provided for myself and family.
May I ask you something of a personal nature, Ross? I don't mean to be impertinent.
Aye, ask away, Mr. Nelson.
My father, he's retired, you know, told me that Gil took his wife and child to London for 2 reasons. He feared that Cornwall would be invaded, and he wanted his child, Ethel, to be enrolled in a proper school in or near London.
That's what he gave us to understand.
Did that strike you as peculiar?
It was peculiar, Mr. Nelson. You might say it was leading lambs to a slaughter. London was not safe at that time.
Gil returned alone?
With his wife dead and the casket ready for burial. Oh, it broke my heart. She was a fine, gentle lady.
When he returned, what was Gil like?
Grim. More worried than sorrowing. The casket was placed in the parlor where the corpse could be viewed, so I was told.
You didn't pay your last respects?
I wanted to remember the lady living, not dead. I did attend the funeral 2 days later.
Interesting.
You sound puzzled, Mr. Nelson. What is it that would be troubling you?
Their history doesn't altogether make sound sense. Does it to you, Ross? Isn't there some element missing in this mystery?
I'm content that the child is returning. The past, Mr. Nelson, is like a funeral gone by.
Well, whatever it is that still hangs over the life and death of Tobias Gill will lift. Then we'll know the entire truth, Ross. The entire truth.
The past may be like a funeral gone by, but to the English solicitor, Ralph Nelson, something lies hidden there about Tobias Gill and the deaths of his young wife and child. He feels that it will reveal itself. Perhaps Mrs. Brooks knows or has seen something in one of her persistent dreams that will complete the puzzle. I will return shortly with Act 2. The awful Battle of Britain killed thousands and maimed more. The bombings destroyed official and personal records. Families were separated, and children evacuated to the country. Some left England's shores. Now one of those children, Mrs. Harold Brooks, is returning to the land of her birth, to Camelford, near the Camelot of legend and history. She and her husband are in their stateroom as the liner is being docked.
We should be on deck, Ethel. This is exciting for me.
You go ahead, Hal. I'll be all right.
Darling, relax.
I've tried to, but last night...
Another experience. I don't know what else to call it, Ethel.
Neither do I. But the closer we come to land, the more intense they become.
What you see and the headache?
There must be something wrong with me, Hal.
Trust Dr. Dunbar. He said that you'd be cured if you actually saw what you've envisioned. Round Tor, Camelford, the countryside.
I know.
I wish that somehow I could shake you out of your... whatever they are. Your depression.
I won't brighten up until we're on our way home.
Ethel. Darling, you're crying.
I'm sorry. It's the ship.
The ship? Now, what in the world?
It reminds me of what happened when I was almost 4. Sent away from my home, sent to America. It's so long ago, Hal, but I can see it now in my mind's eye.
Well, of course. That was a bad time, Ethel. But this is a good one. A happy time. You've come back to claim your birthright and a piece of your land.
Before you persuaded me to make the trip, I told you I was afraid. And now, Hal, I'm more than afraid. You'll see that I'm right. There is something about my past, about Round Tor, that is evil. There's something wrong about it.
Well, I don't agree, darling. I admit it's funny that you were found by Mr. Nelson after your father's death and not while he was alive.
Well, why didn't my father try to find me during the past 40 years?
And he thought you died in the bombing.
Oh, no. He knew I was alive. He didn't want to find me. What was his secret?
That sounds like dramatizing, my dear.
You'll see that it isn't.
Well, then let's find out the explanation.
Well, it's the explanation I'm afraid of, Hal. That's why I have this premonition of something dreadful that we might discover.
Good morning. I'm Ralph Nelson.
I'm Ethel Brooks. This is my husband, Harold.
How do you do?
Much better, now that you're really here. I'm very glad to see you. Did you have a nice crossing?
Just fine. And the drive here from Plymouth was very interesting.
Do sit down. I must say I had the devil's own time trying to find you, Mrs. Brooks. I'm very happy that I did.
Do you know why my wife's father didn't try to find her until you found her after he had died?
That has troubled us.
I can understand that. I really do not know the answer.
Is it okay to ask if he knew that Ethel was still alive?
I don't know that, Mr. Brooks.
Well, this is like pulling teeth.
Pardon me?
Well, was it assumed that Ethel Gill died with her mother in an air raid?
That is what Mr. Gill gave my father to understand. I took over his legal practice many years after the war, you see.
Well, then what caused you to initiate a search after Mr. Gill's death?
He was a dying man when he spoke to me. He whispered that his daughter might still be alive.
Why?
Because she was boarding at a school outside London. I managed to learn that some of the children were taken by train to Liverpool. After considerable checking, I did learn that a ship had sailed with children aboard to America.
I remember that voyage.
You do? How was that possible?
Well, I have this ability
Ethel, we can talk about that later. The fact remains that your father knew or suspected for almost 40 years that you might be alive.
And didn't lift a finger to find me.
Now, doesn't that strike you as odd, Mr. Nelson? What kind of man was Tobias Gill?
I never knew Mr. Gill socially, but my father did. He has told me that Gill was a hard, self-righteous, humorless man, arrogantly independent.
He was a farmer?
Once. Later, when he prospered, he turned his land, 50 acres, over to a tenant farmer, who was also caretaker of Round Tor. He is a wonderful old man named Ross Luddington.
Is he still the caretaker?
As of now, yes.
Is he tall and straight, with a craggy, handsome face and a mustache?
As a matter of fact, he still is all those things. Aged, of course, but still a fine-looking old fellow. How did you know, Mrs. Brooks? More of that remarkable memory of yours?
I do sort of remember a man like that.
Mr. Gill didn't make some dramatic deathbed confession or something, did he?
No, only that he thought that his child might have escaped death from the bombings.
But he didn't tell that to anyone during his lifetime?
Not that I know of.
Well, sir, you have been kind and helpful. As Ethel said, we owe you a great debt of gratitude.
Thank you. I'll have my clerk take you to your hotel.
It is beginning to be exciting, Hal.
Good. This is the first time in weeks that you've sounded lighthearted. You'll see, Ethel, those dire predictions of yours are not true.
Dire predictions?
Well, my wife, for years, has seen Camelford and Round Tour in her dreams or in visions. It's frightened her.
Good heavens. Why?
Because I have been troubled by what I have seen, Mr. Nelson. I still am. You have taken time to tell us something about Round Tour, but there's more to the story than you know, or I. But I make this prediction. What is still hidden from us will surface soon after I have stepped inside the cottage at the top of that round hill.
It's beautiful. This is quite a piece of property, Ethel. I love it.
It is lovely, isn't it? Mr. Gill clung to the thatched roof.
Round Tour. If I could only remember everything.
Perhaps more will come back to you after you visit with Ross. Well, there he is now.
Well, bless my old soul. It's the child returned.
Hello, Mr. Luddington.
Oh, Mr., is it? Never did you call me any other than Ross, my girl.
Oh, this is my husband, Mr. Brooks.
Ah, and a grand man he does seem to be. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Luddington.
Let me look at you. The Lord works many miracles, Miss Ethel, and your return is one of them.
If you'll excuse me, I want to have a word with Thomas.
He'll be waiting for you, Mr. Nelson. Tell the old lady to serve you a cup of tea and some scones.
Enjoy your visit. I'll be back in half an hour.
Well, it's wonderful to see you, Miss Ethel. Grown up and married.
And the mother of 2 fine children, a son and a daughter.
Marvelous. You'll excuse me staring at you, Miss Ethel, but...
Oh, look, the first thing, Ross, is to forget Miss Ethel. Just plain Ethel will do.
Aye, direct like your dear dead mother, buried yonder in the family plot. Well, come into the house. With Mr. Nelson's permission, I've brewed a pot of tea for us, and I have some fresh scones. Then I'll show you around. Come along. The door's open. Come right in.
Oh, it's charming, Ethel. What a childhood you had.
Would have had, dear.
Aye, you were close on 4 when he took the 2 of you away. Well, now, come into this sitting room here on the right.
Oh, sit here by me, Hal. Ross, shall I pour?
Oh, if you would, lass.
Is that, Mr. Gill on that wall, Mr. Luddington?
That be Tobias Gill himself.
He's a stern-looking man. I don't remember him at all.
Well, you had no reason to, child. There was a nanny looking after you. Mr. Gill had no time for you. Or his wife, for that matter, poor thing.
What happened, Ross, 40 years ago?
Well, Mr. Gill had heard that the coast might be invaded by the Nazis. He hired a car and took his lady and you to London. They placed you in a boarding school. Your nanny had left for reasons I won't go into, and stayed the night in a hotel. He returned alone in a small lorry. In it was a coffin, and in it lay your sweet mother.
How terrible.
It was a blow from which we have not recovered.
Have you a picture of my mother, Ross?
Well, it so happens that I do have. I placed it face down on that little round table. Here it is.
Beautiful.
Oh, isn't she lovely? Ross, where was this picture taken?
Oh, in this very parlor.
Yes, but where's the fireplace and the mantel?
Oh, Oh, Mr. Gill had that boarded up years and years ago.
Why? It looks like a wonderful fireplace.
Well, a frugal man he was. He said the fireplace wasted heat.
With all his money?
The same.
Huh. You know what strikes me, darling, if I might say so?
What?
Well, there's your father's grim portrait hanging on the wall. And here's your sweet mother.
Yes. Go on.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Luddington.
Aye?
Mr. Luddington, do you see any resemblance between Ethel and her mother and father?
Dating from the 17th century, there is the English phrase, the skeleton at the feast, meaning that someone present has a secret to conceal. Ethel Brooks is certain that there is a secret about her background that will be revealed on her visit to her childhood home of Round Tor. And revealed it must be if, literally, she is ever again to enjoy peace of mind. Perhaps we'll find out when I return with Act 3. I'm almost certain that at some time in your life you have experienced the sense of an event which you seem able to foreshadow. It might be vague. Maybe it's just a hunch. Whatever it is, you're not entirely surprised when it happens. Isn't it strange that Ethel Brooks, orphaned to America as a small child, has persistently been able to picture Round Tor in Cornwall, England, where she was born? Well, she and her husband are asleep. It is 10 o'clock.
Hal. Hal. Wake up, Hal.
What time is it? Ethel.
Listen.
Listen? Listen to what? Are you having another whatever it is?
No, it's someone sobbing.
Let me switch on the light.
I'm not dreaming, Hal. I hear it. It's someone downstairs crying.
Oh, there is no one downstairs crying.
There is.
Well, there isn't, but I'll step downstairs and check if that'll satisfy you.
I'll go with you.
All right. Come along. Put on your slippers. It's cold.
Switch on the stairs light.
Okay.
Hal.
Yes?
Hal, it's coming from the parlor.
Darling, nothing's coming from anywhere. Are you really awake?
Don't be nasty.
Well, I hear nothing. Look, come into the kitchen and I'll pour you a glass of milk. And then you're going back to bed, all right?
It's gone.
Uh-huh.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. Really, I'm all right now. Forget the milk. I'll go back to bed.
Are you all right?
I am now. I think I know. Are you coming up?
In a few minutes, darling. A bit of fresh air might be good.
Don't be long, Hal.
Why, Mr. Luddington.
Good evening, sir. Just making my last round. It's early, only a little past 9. Is the lady asleep?
Well, she woke up suddenly with, well, she was frightened. She claims she heard sobbing and that it came from somewhere in the parlor. I didn't hear anything. It's nerves, probably.
Aye, could be.
You think she could have heard anything, Mr. Luddington?
Well, if she says so, it is possible. Mrs. Brooks told me how in America she could see Round Tor, and how as a child there she voyaged on a dark ship.
That's hallucinating.
I don't doubt it. Your wife's a Cornish woman, and there may be persons hereabouts who have that gift.
You believe in that stuff? Ghosts, visions, messages from the dead?
There may be some that do, yes, sir.
But do you?
I don't disbelieve it, Mr. Brooks. Well, sir, I'll be wishing you good night.
Good night. Crying, sobbing, and the old man believes that Ethel might have the gift. I'd better have something stronger than a glass of milk. Good morning, my dear.
Oh, good morning, Hal. Oh, you've had breakfast?
Yes, ma'am. How about some ham and eggs?
Oh, where'd you get all that stuff?
Ross brought it over. Have some tea.
Oh, thank you. That'll be nice.
You had a sound sleep? No more sobbing?
Nope.
What did you mean last night when you went back upstairs and said, I think I know? Know what?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. Just so you're all right.
Hal, I want to leave Round Tour.
Hey, we just arrived. We'll need a week.
No, we can leave everything to Mr. Nelson.
Meaning what?
Oh, nothing much. I just don't want to sell the property.
Huh?
You disappointed?
You're thinking of Luddington and his family.
No, it's not a matter of Ross being dispossessed. It's that Round Tour is where his roots are. When he dies, we'll return and sell it then.
Ethel, I like this place. Why don't we stay just a few more days? The Luddingtons have been extremely kind. Let's not be rude and rush off after just one day. Will you indulge me?
Of course. 2 more days, and then I must put this past behind me forever. I'm going for a stroll.
I'll go with you. It's a beautiful morning.
No, please. I want to be by myself. I want to visit my mother's grave. Flora Miles Gill, born 1914, died 1941, killed during the bombing of London. May her soul now find peace. Let no man disturb it.
Good morning, lass.
Oh, good morning, Ross. Oh, she would have been 64.
Aye. Your mother was a remarkable woman. A lovely and a kind lady.
And this is where she is interred.
I dug the grave myself.
Ross, if my mother was killed in an air raid, how could my father have escaped?
I don't know.
But they were together in London, at the boarding school where they left me.
So we were given to understand.
It could happen, I suppose, but I don't believe it.
Well, it cannot bring her back from the grave, lass.
I wonder. I heard her sobbing in the house last night.
So your husband told me.
You believe me?
I can, that. What does it mean, do you think?
I think it means... No, I'd better not say.
And it's better for me not to ask.
It will shock you, Ross. I think that this is an empty grave.
It's an extraordinary request.
I realize that, Mr. Nelson. I know you have to get some sort of court order, but that shouldn't be too difficult. She is my mother.
Ethel, let me say again that what you want to do is very disagreeable to me. There's something sacrilegious about an exhumation. Your mother was brought back from London. The body was viewed and buried. In sacred ground, you have no basis for your doubts or for the request.
I agree with your husband, Mrs. Brooks.
Then I'll dig her up myself, with Ross Luddington's help.
Oh, no.
You're dead serious about this?
Yes, I am. From the time I began seeing Round Tour in my visions, for want of a better word, I've known, I've really known that there was something very wrong about it. About my parents, about me, orphaned to America. And then the closer we came to Camelford, the stronger my sense became that there was something evil about my history. And then I heard her sobbing.
Extraordinary. Ethel, look, this morning you wanted to go home at once. Well, let's. We'll pack and be away from Round Tor by tonight.
No, Hal, because now I want the truth. I want my mother's body exhumed at once. Pry open the casket, Ross.
Oh, Lord, forgive me. I cannot.
Then I'll do
No,
it.
no. I'll do it. Give me that wedge, Ross.
You're determined, Ethel.
Please.
Oh, Lord Almighty. Mr. Nelson.
It's empty.
I knew it would be.
Sit down, Mr. Nelson. I'll boil water for tea.
Well, I'll do that, Hal. I won't be long.
What a gruesome experience, Mr. Brooks.
An empty coffin. Unbelievable.
It's positively weird that your wife seemed to know it all the time.
What could have happened?
I haven't the vaguest. The body was viewed in this very sitting room, so Ross told us, and it was confirmed by the undertaker who prepared the body for burial.
It's a terrible shock.
Except to your wife.
Well, what do we do now?
You and I do nothing. This grotesque discovery does not affect the inheritance. It's simply a nasty mystery. I have no advice for you or for me. The problem is your wife's.
What problem? Well, here are some tea cakes. The tea is steeping. Problem?
Well, we're stumped, darling. We can't explain what we discovered or what to do next.
Well, we have to find out what really happened.
I don't see how we can.
I don't either. Not at this moment. But I have the beginnings of an idea. Do you remember last night when I said, I know, and didn't want to tell you what it was?
Yes?
Well, it was the sobbing, Hal. I really heard it. You didn't.
I no longer doubt it, Ethel. Go on.
It meant, well, to me, it meant that some poor soul was in limbo, if that's the right word.
A soul barred from heaven through no fault of its own?
Exactly. Now, who could it be? I knew that it was my mother, and that meant that she had died without Christian burial. Perhaps that she had died in the air raid. But there is another possibility.
And what is that, Mrs. Brooks?
She was murdered.
Ethel, lass, you cannot mean it.
But I do, Ross.
We're going to break down the wall where the chimney be walled up.
It's her house, Ross. We'll do what she says.
Well, I don't understand at all, not at all.
Was I wrong about the empty coffin? Was it empty, Ross?
Except for several huge stones.
My father placed those stones in the coffin to give it weight.
Aye.
And disposed of the body elsewhere.
If that be true...
It has to be true.
But the chimney, lass... I covered it myself with laths and plaster because...
Because he said the chimney wasted heat.
So he said.
Let's get to work, Ross.
It'll make an awful mess, Mr. Brooks.
And solve a worse one. How?
Well, here goes.
Lass, there's nothing in the chimney.
But there must be. How?
Let me take a look.
Well, reach up into the chimney.
I'm doing my best. Oh, there is something. It's good Lord.
Oh, no.
It's a human bone.
I once heard him say he'd kill her. He did it in London. I know it now.
But why, Ross? Why would Gil have done a thing like this? Why?
I didn't think he knew.
Knew? Knew what?
The lass will know, I think. You must not forget, Mr. Brooks. She has the gift. You wanted to see me, lass?
Yes, Ross.
Do you know, my dear?
Yes.
I loved your mother very much.
I believe you.
Gil abused her, tainted her, crushed her spirit. Like stepping on a wildflower. I often felt like killing him. And when she came to me, it's better that I say no more. He broke her spirit. In his methodical way, he suspected. And then he acted.
I think I've known it since I first met you. Father.
Forgive me. In God's name, forgive us both.
You loved her, and I love you, Father.
And so ends another tale of the macabre. A skeleton at the feast, indeed. Insight, the intense kind that certain persons possess, sometimes reveals a secret buried for years. A premonition can reveal it. A very small world, isn't it? When an English orphan in America can question a death and expose a murder. I'll be back shortly. Our inner world is entirely private and fascinating because each mind and soul is unique. Many creative persons have had hallucinations, which psychiatry today would label psychoses. Fortunately for Mrs. Brooks, Dr. Duncan did not place a label on her, and now her mind is clear. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Carol Teitel, Court Benson, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.